Good to go. This time we're going to call to order. This time we're going to call to order the meeting of January 18th, 2022. Before we move to closed session, is there anything from City Attorney?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, if the City Council so moves, it will go into closed session to discuss the following items. Number one, public employee evaluation pursuant to Government Code Section 54957, City Attorney. Item number two, public employee evaluation pursuant to Government Code Section 54957, City Clerk. Number three, public employee evaluation pursuant to Government Code Section 54957, City Manager. Number four, conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.8. City Manager is the agency designated representative. The employee organization is the Hollister Firefighters Union Local 3395. And finally, item number five, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54566.9B. That's all, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from council?
No.
Do we have any comment cards from the public?
I have none, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Is there a motion to move to closed session?
So moved.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion is second. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Resendez,
Aye.
Councilmember Morales,
Yes.
Councilmember Burns,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Perez,
Yes.
Mayor Velasquez.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. That's fine. However they want to handle it.
regular meeting's gonna start at 6:30, and it's gonna have a, public hearing. Yeah, it's been a while, so. Not a problem.
We were surprised you made it because we know San Juan has theirs tonight.
Oh, yeah.
You all
San
right?
Juan, no, I asked
Was the
about that.
county too?
I got the call and they told me to come down here to cover this one. Sorry.
we have a public hearing on tonight for redistricting, and the Fair Map Act, and the election, California Election Code states that when we talk about redistricting and we have a public hearing and it's set for a time certain, which it was set in the newspaper for 6:30, we have to hold, that hearing as close to that time as possible.
Okay.
So things are gonna be delayed just a little bit because when they come out of closed session, whenever that is, we'll do the pledge of allegiance, we will do, roll call and agenda verification. And then we're gonna pull E1 for wherever it is on the agenda up,
Okay.
discuss that first and then continue on. So then it would be A consent and then it go to public comment. So
Okay.
I don't think there's gonna be a lot of discussion on the redistricting because this is our fourth public hearing on it. But
Okay.
I can't tell you for certain, so 6:30 is usually a good time to get here because that's the start of the meeting. And we pretty much know E1 is gonna be starting around then too.
Okay. Sounds
But
good.
feel free to have a seat.
Wait, well, she brought flyers too. Do you need one, or where could she put those? Ignacio knows about the safety fair. Where could we put those? Can we give you one flyer if they want one, or does she bring a flyer up when she talks?
Yeah, no, yeah. What kind of flyer is it?
It's for the safety fair that she's doing at the Vets Hall.
Oh.
She's done it
So
for
is this
4
something
years.
that we want to put like for employees to see? Is this something she wants all council members to have a copy of?
She wants everybody to have a copy because she's inviting everybody to the safety fair, 'cause the
Okay,
police
she
and
can
everybody's
give them
gonna be
to
there.
me, and I can put them on the diet.
Thank you.
This is all the same thing?
Yeah, they're all the same. I think she's only gonna take a couple of them.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm gonna take 10 and call them downstairs in our, break room.
Thank you. We appreciate it. Is her phone on silent?
It's always on silent.
No, so mine is not.
We're in the most densely populated place in Hollister every day, right?
Right? I mean, it's saying that in the news everywhere too, that we
Oh,
are hit my heart.
Oh. I'm gonna tell you that teenage population right now is just getting eviscerated with it across the country.
Hey, you gotta leave. This is all the things.
Oh, I remember Samantha. I'm sorry, I just now read your name. I remember you.
Yeah, it'll be your third year. We couldn't do it last year because of COVID. So, but it's been a big turnout. Mm-hmm.
Good job.
No, we're doing what? What is the number of this item?
E2.
Hmm?
It's E2. No?
It's F2. I thought the highlighting would be really good.
Perfect.
That works for you, Jim. Thank you very much for having us. Chief, how are you?
Good, how you doing?
Hey, living, living the dream.
Yeah.
Gotta get our gates fixed again.
Uh-oh. What's going on with the gates?
Well, I mean, we've had 4 accidents in 1 year.
That's not good. One accident's not good.
4 in
Wow.
1 year.
4 in 1 year, okay. Huh.
We're very fortunate that it's been at night. One was during the day, which I'm pretty sure you're aware of,
Yeah.
medical emergency. The other were alcohol related.
Oh, really? Okay. Huh.
Yeah. Just gotta look.
And the gates are located where? Which gate is this?
They've hit 3 of the 4.
What's that?
They've hit 3 out of the 4.
Gates on MASH?
Yeah. The 2 on, so Monterey,
Okay.
north side, south side, hit. West Street, north side. I think the only gate that hasn't been hit is the south side of West.
Really?
Yeah. So we'll talk, it's compounding.
Yeah. Yeah.
Other than that, you guys have been supportive and great, and,
Yeah.
Christy and the team are super appreciative.
Cool.
Everybody's been super responsive. Can't thank you enough.
Great, great. Oh, that's good to hear.
Yeah, the guys are really, really, good. They're very, very good to us.
Okay.
So I will share with you a Manhattan Beach started a Hall of Fame. And Michael was their first inductee.
Really?
He's a humanitarian.
Did he grow up there?
No. He grew up in Boston, lived in Florida for a couple years, had some trouble, came out to LA, and I met him first day of high school. I was walking to school and I saw this kid driving this convertible, old yellow Pontiac convertible with 2 chicks in back and this other guy who's like a dancer in front. And I'm walking and I'm looking at this kid going, this is the coolest guy. Who is this kid? Like, he's the coolest guy ever. And we hit it off, but he is a true humanitarian, Sean.
How so?
Boy, I mean, everything from protecting all the restaurants in Manhattan Beach during COVID,
Oh my
so
gosh,
they
that's
would
great.
survive, making sure that city council, make the people can eat outside. It was the largest employer in Manhattan Beach.
Who is?
He is.
Really?
Skechers. Oh, yeah.
Is that their headquarters?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
His shoes box, all the proceeds go to animal causes, non-profits.
Is it a private company or is it public?
It's public.
Public?
Yeah. Yeah. Just incredible. Great story. Just a tremendous person. Tremendous person. Great human being. Just doesn't like when people suffer.
Yeah.
And,
Well, and he's got the means to help, right?
and the intellect. And the intellect.
That's great.
Yeah. Great problem solver.
There's nothing better than having compassion and the intellect to be able to act on it.
Right?
Yeah.
His saying is, give till it hurts. So just, all the other stuff is just the way it turned out.
Right. That's great, Jeff.
whether it's vacationing or being dysfunctional as a group.
It's okay.
The tears, the smiles,
Mhm.
the whole thing.
Mm.
Yeah. Beautiful. How was your weekend?
I worked most of the weekend. You know, I'm just catching up.
Yeah. A lot there. Well, for you right now, it's just crazy.
Yeah. You know, in the springtime is our busiest time because you're preparing for the second year, you know, the next year.
Yeah.
So you're dealing with, you know, moving your organization forward through the year. You're reflecting on the first part of the year, trying to get better for the second part. And then the same time that we're doing that, we're planning summer and the whole next year. So spring is our busiest time. You know, recruiting, negotiations starting to get moving as the governor's budget's moving. It just,
Well, maybe we'll get some money out of that budget for Seguin. Looks like they're spending general fund dollars.
I know, can you believe that?
No, well,
Yeah, go by.
That's it?
you're looking good. Looking good.
Yeah, gotta catch the work on the work.
Yeah. You know. I started working to look at one. I wore my leather jacket at the elevator, and the senior partner pulled me aside and said, "You wear a sport coat. You come to this office. You go see clients. You don't always wear a sport coat." That's just very old-fashioned.
Yeah, it's good though.
Yeah. You know Dirk Garcia?
Who?
Dirk Garcia, Roseville City School District.
Where is it?
Roseville City School District, elementary district. I come in, it's like, take that tie off.
Yeah, I haven't, I mean, I used to wear a tie.
It just, it makes you, I think it makes people feel a little uncomfortable.
Well, I think that my grandfather used to wear a tie every day. My dad, you know, not so much, but my grandfather, man, dressed to the nines.
Right.
And that worked for a long time.
Yeah.
Mm.
So have you ever tried cachava? You know what that is? Yeah, I've been drinking it for a while.
What is it?
It's like this vegan powder.
What does it do?
I don't know, it just gives you energy, makes you feel good, holds you.
Does that help your digestive tract? Or?
Yeah, so. I was searching for something, I found it, and I like
Chava.
check it out.
Yeah, I will. I will. Chava.
Yeah.
How's the family?
Great. Family's doing well. Spent some time because she lives down in LA.
You got to see her?
Oh yeah.
Good.
Bought her new tires for her car. Got some clothes.
And she's at LMU still?
Yeah. She starts working on Celebrity Big Brother Sunday. Yeah. shift from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. And she goes to school full time. She's she like me, very focused. Hard worker. But she's smart like a nut.
Julie?
She is a certified financial planner at Merrill Lynch.
Oh,
She's been there for about 30 years.
wow.
And she's very successful.
Where's the Merrill Lynch branch?
In Roseville, on Douglas Boulevard. It's just up the street from me.
Wow.
Yeah. But her trait was graphic artist.
And she became a CFP?
She just, we moved up to Sacramento, she didn't feel artistic up here. And the only thing I really knew about was securities, stocks and bonds. So I'm like, hey, why don't you just go apply for a job? She never had any book classes, but
That's great.
she's got a good business. Sammy has her mind. We both have photographic memories. Very,
That comes in handy.
well, gotta be careful in my house.
I would think so. Wow.
Yeah, they retain pretty much everything, so, and they ask a lot of questions. At least my friends. Don't say a word. You get asked and re-asked.
I got a list of questions from Jennifer Baker, that lobbyist that you're working with. From Murdoch Lawyers.
Oh,
I'll send it to you tomorrow.
be interesting to see.
Well, you're gonna have to answer them. I don't know.
Holy cow.
Assess valuation and
Oh, okay, okay.
lending capacity.
Yeah, that's easy. Yeah,
Yeah.
we'll cut through that pretty quick.
Annual meeting of householding. So
Oh,
I have to get her the draft presentation Tuesday the 25th so she can digest it. So, but I figured you know the lending capacity. You know the assessed valuation.
I just wanna, I wanna get the most recent information available. That's the only thing I don't. But I think, as we do the continuing disclosure, so I'm thinking we probably have, and the values get set in May, well, we'll see. And we'll definitely be able to get the sheets.
When we were talking, she asked me if we had bonding capacity, and I said, we're gonna have to get a waiver.
Yeah, I think you're basically close to 100% of your capacity. That's what she's saying, we have to get something together. We started this bond program, you were like 129%, and then you were over. We got that waiver.
I'll send it to you.
Yeah.
No,
I would
but
think so.
she's, there's some ADA questions and all of that, which we're solving, demonstrating our need. Did you know that our district boundaries, so the county is 1,390 square miles.
Mm-hmm.
Our district boundaries are 1,180 square miles.
It just that San Juan Bautista is the only.
You know, on the outside,
Oh,
there's a portion of the county that's King City.
okay, that far corner.
Yep, on the left-hand side.
Right. Right.
And our district boundaries
It's huge.
are equal to the state of Rhode Island.
Huge. Huge. It's crazy, right? Wonder what you could do with that.
the south side of, Nash Road. You guys are doing the construction from yesterday? That's south of Nash Road, right?
Yeah, south up there
Okay.
by River Parkway.
Good for it.
Yeah.
I had somebody complaining, it's like, oh, because we don't allow construction on federal holidays. I'm like, but I think that's on the
Yeah, that's
county
county.
side,
That's
yeah,
county.
that's county, yeah, I don't know.
That's county.
Yeah, but I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah,
Said I would talk to you next time I saw you, so
yeah.
that made it real easy.
Sorry about that change in meeting. Had the, had
Yeah,
that
we can do that.
completely
Don't worry
reversed.
about
It went though.
How are you?
it. Good, you?
You got over the phone? Things going okay over there?
As good as can be expected, right?
Exactly.
Today was a little better attendance-wise.
What's that?
Today was a little better
It
attendance-wise.
did seem like it. I had a lot of students out today, but I think that's normal,
Yeah,
I would say.
yeah, Roland, it's a tough time.
Hopefully next week will be
Even better.
even better. Do you want them? You like it? I should keep mine, but if you want to hold them.
Yeah, because you're not gonna discuss them.
Oh, come on, don't say that. Ay, I got coffee. You have coffee? Yes. Very nice. Is Dolores having audio issues again? I'm gonna try to get Paul in on the phone on this right now. Are we ready? Paul, you're recording?
Oh, so it, This time we are going to resume the meeting of January 18th, 2022. Councilmember Perez, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Thank you very much, sir. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Perez?
Present.
I'm sorry, Vice Mayor Perez. I'm so sorry.
Present again.
Councilmember Resendez?
Present?
Councilmember Morales? Councilmember Burns?
Here.
Mayor Velazquez?
Here.
City Manager Miller?
Here.
City Attorney Epperson?
Here.
Police Chief Reynoso?
Here.
Thank you. And
Councilmember
Dolores is on. Yep,
Dolores.
I see her. Dolores, Councilmember Morales? That's okay.
Here.
Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
The meeting has not started. Please wait.
Are we on? Okay. Verification of agenda?
The agenda for the City of Hollister City Council regular meeting of January 18th, 2022 was posted on the bulletin board on January 13th, 2022 at 3:30 p.m. per Government Code Section 54954.2.
Thank you very much. We are going to, if it's all right with the council, move item E1 forward because it's an item that has to appear at the beginning of this meeting, if that's all right with the council. So at this time, we will move to item E1. We're going to report out after. Go ahead.
Thank you. I don't know, Jeannie, Shelley, or Robin, whichever one of you wants to take it from here, please.
It's my turn. This is Jean Gobelay, and it's a pleasure to be with you this evening. I will share my screen now and review with you the plans that have been developed so far for you. Can everyone see my screen?
Yes.
Great. Okay, here we go. There are 4 plans that have been devised that all meet the requirement that the boundaries be adjusted because the uneven population and housing growth in the city since 2010 has led for the current city council districts to have unequal populations. They are not balanced. So I will be going through a few preliminary things that you've heard before and then moving on to the specific plans. Here is your current set of council district boundaries adopted in 2012. And this is zoomed in the southern part of the city with the details showing current boundaries. And the colored shading you'll see in subsequent maps represents the current council districts. So they will be colored this way in all of the upcoming maps. Now, the number one priority in redistricting is to balance the total populations of election districts. The city's total population as counted in the 2020 census was just under 42,000. And 1/4 of that is exactly 10,484 people. This is called the ideal election district or council district population. And it's really important to understand that the way we measure compliance with this U.S. constitutional requirement for population equality, that's equal protection clause of the 14th Amendment, is to compare the most and least populous election districts divided by this 10,484 ideal council district population. And the range between most and least populous is the total deviation. And some of this is positive and some of this is negative. So it's the range between most and least populous divided by the ideal council district population. And the precedence in court decisions across the country is that for jurisdictions like your city, 10% deviation is allowable, up to 10%. And that means there can be no more than 1,048 people difference between most and least populous council districts in a plan that you would be adopting soon. The current plan deviation is above that 10%. It's 16.5%. This is because of uneven housing and population growth over the last decade, as I said before. Notice that Council District 4 is the least populous and Council District 2 is the most populous. Now, this doesn't mean that parts of the city lost population over the last 10 years. Instead, it means that some council district populations grew more than others. Here in this table, you can see comparisons under of the 4 plans that you are considering. And the plan deviation is shown in the top row, yellow highlighted. And you can see that plans 1, 2, 3, and 4 all meet this criterion of less than 10% total deviation. And the numbers below that for council districts 1, 2, 3, and 4 are the difference between, are the deviation of each individual council district. So we have the total plan deviation, which is the benchmark we must use, and the individual council district deviations. And on the bottom half of this table, you see Latino shares of citizen voting age population. This measure, CVAP, is what the courts use to determine whether there are enough members of a protected group as a share of the eligible voters, in this case, citizens of voting age, to elect representatives of their choice. And for the current plan, as well as the plans under your consideration, are all above 50%. And the courts have held that the CVAP share needs to be 50% plus one person. So in all plans, the share of Latinos who reside in each, the share of the total population of each council district is well above this court determined criterion.
Jean, just one correction. That's true for districts 1 through 3, but district 4, in none of the plans do they go above 50%, but that's okay. I think the key here is that the CVAP measure does not vary much by plan. I think that's the main point here. But districts 1, 2, and 3 are all above that 50% threshold.
Yes, thank you. My Zoom menu is hiding that last row. I'm sorry. Thank you, Shelley. Here is Plan 1. The total deviation is 7.5%. And in the next map, you'll see the zoomed in southern part of the city for details where you can read the labels, the street names more easily. District 4, the District 4 boundary is Memorial Drive, and it's the most populous council district in Plan 1. The southern boundary of District 1 is South Street and Hillcrest Road, and Powell Street is the boundary between Districts 2 and 3. Here is the zoomed in version. I hope you can read these labels better. These little blotches in the map are unincorporated areas within the city limits. Here's the detailed table for Plan 1. The top left panel of the table shows the total population shares of each protected group plus whites in each of the council districts. Down below here, bottom right, we see the deviation numbers, and here's the total deviation of 7.5%. The CVAP numbers that I talked about as being a benchmark used by, or benchmark set by courts for determining whether there is a big enough share of a protected group to elect representatives of their choice is the bottom left panel, citizens of voting age. Now, there are differences between Latinx shares of the total population, the citizens of voting age, and the registered and actual voters as of November 2020. Plan 2 uses Sunny Slope Road and Highway 25 as the boundary between Districts 3 and 4. And the southern boundary of District 1 is South Street, Hillcrest Road, same as in Plan 1. West Street divides Districts 2 and 3. You'll be able to see that better on the next slide. And West Side Boulevard separates Districts 1 and 2. Sorry. So you can see the labels better again, I think, here. Does the colored shading mean current council districts? I don't think so. I said earlier that the colored shading would reflect current boundaries, but that's not the case. I apologize, I misspoke. Here is the detailed Plan 2 table. Plan 3 was developed during your last public hearing. The deviation for this plan is 6.2%, and there are some of the same boundaries used in this plan as in Plans 1 and 2, either Plan 1 or Plan 2. The boundary between Districts 3 and 4, right in here, looks awkward, but in fact, it does make sense. It uses Nez Perce and Clearview Drive as the boundary right in here. And we looked at this zoomed in very carefully and decided that this was the best boundary to use because of accessibility. So the dividing line between council districts 3 and 4 is actually sensible. You can't get to some of the streets from District 3 or District 4 unless you use this boundary. Here's the zoomed in version of the map. You can see again Clearview Drive and Nez Perce. And these addresses here are accessed more easily from District 3 than 4. And again, we have these islands in the middle of the city that aren't incorporated, at least not yet. Oops, I'm so sorry. My mouse wheel is very sensitive. Here is the data table for Plan 3. And then Plan 4. So it's up to you now to ask us questions and make comments and help start your discussion of which plan you might care to adopt.
Just so we're clear for the public, maybe you can go back to the map of 4 so you can show that one so the public's clear about what Plan 4 looks like. We seem to have skipped over on that
I'm sorry.
and the numbers.
Yes.
Yeah. And
Pardon
just,
me.
and just a correction, you actually developed plans 3 and 4 at two public hearings ago.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, we forgot to update that on this slide. So that was done 2 public hearings ago.
And in these public hearings, I believe that community members as well as you council members made suggestions about how to draw the lines. The deviation for Plan 4 is 7.7%, and District 4 is the least populous because more housing growth is expected there than in other parts of the city in the near future. The southern boundary of District 1 is South Street and Hillcrest Road. That's the same boundary used in the other plans. West Side Boulevard divides Districts 1 and 2. Memorial Drive divides Districts 3 and 4 in the north. This is Memorial Drive. And Valley View divides District 3 and 4 in the south. And here's the more detailed map. The plan deviation for Plan 4 is 7.5%. Again, this is below the 10% ceiling. And you can see that District 4's population at 9,966 is a little bit more than 500 people less than the ideal district population of 10,484. But it's still, because the other 3 council district deviations are smaller and positive, we still have a range between most and least populous that's below that total of 10%. Are there any questions from anyone before I stop sharing?
Vice Mayor Perez has a comment.
I just have a comment. From looking at the maps, I think 4 is the best one that I see. The reason I wanted to jump in first is because it's like mine are all like 0.1%, which doesn't matter to me. Numbers don't matter to me. But this one seems to be the best lines, and it allows for the growth that's coming up. And so I like number 4.
Thank you. And I think what was important there was for the Vice Mayor's comment is we're expecting to see quite a bit of growth in District 4. That's why the numbers currently are lower, but they're expected to be equal, if not surpass, some of the other districts within a year or 2. It's one of the reasons the numbers are lower. At this time, I'll ask any of the council members. Councilmember Burns?
Thank you, Mayor. For our presenters, can you confirm for me that we only have 4 maps as a result of the council's action and interaction, and that we did not receive any maps from anybody in the community?
That's correct, to my best of our understanding.
Okay, and for the community's benefit, can you reaffirm the number of meetings we've had and the community engagement that was part of this process, please?
Shelley, can you review that for us, or maybe someone there in chambers can help?
So this is the 4th public hearing. And before these 4, there was one meeting by the city council to discuss the process in which you decided to have an online mapping program and the availability of that so that the public could create their own plans if they so chose, and that you also decided at that initial meeting to have meetings on Saturday to make it easier for the public to attend. This is the 4th of the 4 required hearings that you need to have for this process under the Fair Maps Act.
Thank you, and I appreciate the clarification. Have you or City Clerk, have we received any expressed concerns about any of these four maps or any preferences from members of the community up until this point?
We have not. We have, there's only one email that we've received in the redistricting email, and it was from Vice Mayor Perez.
Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure that the community recognizes this is a community-based process, and it's critical for the community to be engaged. The decisions that this council makes in reference to the redistricting, that's a process that will have a 10-year life, is that correct? So whatever we do now for the next 10 years is going to have significant consequences potentially.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to be clear and more importantly for our community to understand. Thank you, appreciate it. That concludes my comments, Mayor.
Councilmember Morales, do you have a comment?
I do, thank you. I did hear from my community, District 3. I received emails and phone calls, and some of my members did do a thorough analysis of the maps, and they preferred plan number 1. And I can read the analysis to you, but just don't want to take up additional time. Would offer it if there's a discussion, but I will be supporting plan number 1.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from council? This time we will open for public hearing. Do we have any speakers?
Can we see plan 1 again?
Pauline Valdivia, did you want to speak on this, or was there something else you wanted to speak on? You have your hand raised? Did I say council member? Pauline, could you please unmute yourself? Okay, so good. Pauline, we're going to lower your hand. If you want to speak, please raise it. Yeah. We have no speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. This time we're going to close public hearing. And we'll take it back to the council members. Councilmember Resendez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I agree with Vice Mayor Perez. First off, to Councilmember Burns' point, we had several public meetings. We came up with the last two meetings ago. I liked plan number 3, but I like plan number 4 even more because we worked on that collaboratively to draw very clear lines. We planned for future growth. I think that the numbers are relatively even, so I agree with Vice Mayor, and I think that we should adopt plan number 4 tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. I would make the comment of Mr. Burns pointed out we did an effort to make sure the public could be involved in this process. I received 0 emails, 0 calls on this process, which tells me that the council or the those that are watching online or viewed in different ways like the process that we were going through. I agree with both Vice Mayor Perez and Councilmember Resendez that 4 seem to really take into consideration the growth that's going to happen in that area. It gave it clean lines. It didn't disrupt the current configuration of the different districts. It was a well-done job by this council. I think we all took a lot of time, and I again, appreciate the process. I appreciate all the work you all did out there to make this somewhat easy to understand. I know it can be a little difficult sometimes, but you did make it very clean, very clear, and I really did enjoy the process. I want to thank you. I think we'll see you again in 10 years, or somebody will see you again in 10 years, but again, I appreciate the process that went through, and I think very transparent, which is really the most important part. And again, it did not disrupt the current districts as they stand. It made it very, I think the new line of District 4 really makes it clear and easy to understand for the public. So thank you again. Vice Mayor Perez?
Can I see map number 1 again, please? I want to see what they were looking at.
This is the zoomed in map of the southern part of the city. And the boundaries we're seeing between 1 and 2 are Line Street and South Street. And then the rest of the southern boundary of 1 is Hillcrest Road. Boundary between.
I'm sorry, Jean, let me just say, it went Line Street and jogs over to West Side.
Yes, that's
Yeah.
right. Sorry.
Yeah.
And the boundary here between 2 and 3 is Powell Street. The boundary between Districts 3 and 4 is Memorial Drive. So these are easily recognized boundaries, I think.
I do like these lines. These lines seem a lot more, these ones are clean also. When I was talking about on map number 4, how it was more taken into consideration for the future growth, which is a consideration, and I don't think that is necessarily for me a major factor. And now that I look at this, I like these lines. I would like to I like number 1. I'm going to change mine to number 1.
Okay. Is that it, sir?
Yeah.
Any other comments from the council members? Councilmember Burns?
Thank you, Mayor. From our presenters, can we see the numbers? I'm just looking for the numbers. My grade, I'm fine with both 1 or 4, but I like the idea that 4 seemed to factor in more the potential future growth in District 4. And we know that that area off of Fairview, there is already in development and construction phase, and we know that the area is going to increase. And so for me, it's really comparing 1 to 4 and the proportionality of the things that we're concerned about, like the CVAP. And so I'm seeing 1 and So I guess my question is, I'm having trouble extrapolating the data from the graph when I'm looking at it. Which one, Plan 1 or Plan 4, allows for future, a greater, or taking into account the future growth out there off of Fairview that is in construction now? 1 or 4 has greater capacity? Plans 1 or 4?
4.
4,
You can-
thank you.
You can see the total deviation, plan deviation for District 4 is very positive for Plan 1. That means it's the most populous council district. And in Plan 4, it's minus almost 5%, which means it's the least populous, allowing for population growth that's imminent.
Right, and so from a layperson's perspective, in my mind, that would allow for the districts as they continue to grow out for the proportionality to be more consistent over the time, so that 10 years from now, hopefully we're in a better position, consistent growth, although I recognize there's no guarantees. So for me, I think based on that, I'm going to support Plan number 4. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would ask maybe City Clerk, Ms. Morales, you said you received emails so that we're transparent with the public. Could you please forward those emails, those requests to the City Clerk? Would that be appropriate to make sure we have that information for the record of anybody that did correspond with the council member regarding this, so that for the record we show that we did take that information, we do have it for the record? Thank you. And again, I would agree with Councilman Burns, is one of the reasons District 4 seemed to work out well is because of the anticipated future growth. The lines were very clean. It did not disrupt any of the current districts, but kept everything pretty much intact, just cleaner lines for it. So I thought it was, again, a well done job. So thank you very much. Oh, Councilman Morales, go ahead.
Thank you. So unless the city attorney tells me to do so, the emails that I received actually state that they wanted to respond to me because I reached out to the community through a variety of different meetings. And at least one of the persons that sent something to me in writing did not feel comfortable speaking openly because of some of the way that certain city council members interact. And so that was the point that was made as part of the email, and I do not wish to forward that. I can read to you the information that was, the analysis that was relayed to me. So first, they wanted to thank the consultants for doing a really great job. The map, number one, is the most clean and avoids going into each other's districts. It is more equitable in terms of the population mix. It supports the growth through annexation to the south, east, and west. And the north would expand, in addition to what may happen in the north in the future with future planning. So that was the analysis that was provided. Thank you.
And, oh, go ahead.
Councilmember Sanders.
And I just want to go on the record to state that I've got zero correspondence from anybody as well throughout the entire process. And I just want the public to be made aware of that. Thank you.
I think the reason we talked about it for the record, just because what we don't want is the future for somebody to claim that an email was sent to a council member regarding their concerns about the districts and nothing was done upon or acted upon that information. I would think that should be part of this public record. I don't know if it by law has to be required, but I think it's important if somebody's going to make a recommendation that they stand by it. One of the other issues with District 1, it does disrupt one of the districts. And one of the things we tried to do in this process is make sure it wasn't political and it was based on numbers, future growth, what was going to happen in our community. So again, that's why I thought District 4 was a good number. So I'm hoping you could forward those to the city clerk, but if not, I guess if nobody's going to require you to do that.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Resendez, did I interrupt? Oh, thank you. I was just going to say it's also probably an opportune time to remind the public that when they communicate with a council member, those communications become a public document. They are subject to disclosure through a Public Records Act request, and they are by law no longer private or confidential, and they can be disclosed.
They can be disclosed. Thank you. Councilmember Resendez?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And then to your point, just so we're very clear and transparent, Plan 1 would take me out of my district. I haven't made mention of it up until this point. So I just want the consultants to speak on that. I know it's not a priority and it's not law, but is it not practice or common practice to not disrupt the districts if at all possible?
Actually, with the Fair Maps Act, they do not mention incumbency. So for cities and counties, we have, and they're very clear about what criteria to take into account. So it's sort of a gray area because the Fair Maps Act is so new, and this is the first redistricting period that it is taken into account. I would like to make a comment, which was independent of this. If you are serious about Plan 1, I wanted to say we could probably use West Side the whole way just to make it a cleaner line. It increases the deviation, but it's still below 10%. So I know this is late to mention this, but I think as long as a map is 7 days before you actually adopt it, as long as it's published 7 days before, we're okay. So I guess I'm just wondering if you would like me to develop like a Plan 1 revised that goes along West Side. And it would be available if you were to decide to vote on that.
And one of the things we did as a council when we had our meetings was discuss a timeline. We actually gave a little more time so that those that wanted to submit plans could do so. To go back now, I think, we're stepping back based on an email that's out there somewhere or somebody that did not submit it properly to the city clerk or to any of us. So we don't even know. And I think we worked well as a council. We did everything we could to, again, to be transparent, not make it political. And politics never entered any of these conversations. The lines are very clean. District 4, the future, the growth is considered well in that area. So I think we did a good job. I don't think it's time to go back and say, okay, let's reopen it because there might be an email out there somewhere that none of us have done. And again, we did a timeline for this reason, so we wouldn't keep going on and on with these conversations.
Well,
Councilmember Burns. And then
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I want to thank Councilmember Resendez for disclosing that information. I want to assure people that that's the first I became aware of it, and it had absolutely nothing to do with my decision to select map number 4. At the end of the day, if it were to take us out of our district, so be it. But I think this was rationally and logically done and not done haphazardly. I think there was a lot of work that went into this. And so in this case, it worked out. But if it hadn't, because another map would have been a better choice, I'm convinced that this council would have made that decision regardless of any inconvenience of a council member not living in the new council districts as they were drawn. Thank you, Mayor.
thank you, sir. Vice Mayor Burns.
So speaking to the process here, so where we're at with the fourth being in the 4th meeting, so we have to come up with a decision today on which map we want so that the next meeting it's, can you speak to that?
Shelley, I don't know if you're still on. I don't see you. Or
Or just,
I believe after the close of the public hearing, they can then make the decision. Or we were going to present it on the February 7th meeting with the line being blank so that they would adopt the ordinance and choose the map on February 7th. Then it would go to the,
so
as introduced, it would go on the 22nd to be adopted and then in effect March 22nd, which beats our April 17th deadline.
so we have till the 7th.
I'm waiting for their answer. Is that what happens, or I thought tonight we were going to make the recommendation for the plan, and then that would move to that date for the first reading?
I'm sorry, but Shelley had another meeting she needed to attend. And I believe that you do have enough time to not decide which plan to adopt this evening. If you want more time, you could take it. But I don't know how locked in your process and dates have been.
Go ahead, sir.
So to continue on, so basically, actually, we're going to have 3 chairs that are actually up for election anyways. So, I mean, I understand I'm not trying to step on anyone's toes, but yeah, because I don't feel I'm prepared, because I'm going back and forth between 1 and 4. So if we can wait till the 7th, that'd be great, before I can see what it is. I just don't like, I don't think it's right that we're taking, to consider the growth is one thing, but from my understanding, we're supposed to be going by the consensus numbers that we have, because we don't know the demographics of all the different people that are going to be coming in either. So those are my concerns. So I'd like to hold off till the 7th, we said?
So just, again, so we're clear, maybe, Mr. Attorney, as I understand it, we could make that motion tonight with the plan for the first reading.
So you're not willing to wait till this?
Do that now.
So you're not willing to wait for the 7th for me to go through this?
So I want to make sure we're clear on the rules.
Sorry, we're trying to clarify whether or not we even agendize for a motion to be made, if I could have just a moment.
And I'm reading that, that's why I'm asking that
Yeah,
question.
my understanding was this was going to be our fourth public meeting to discuss the different maps. And then on the 7th, council would make that motion of which map
Thank you.
Right.
we would be voting on moving forward.
That's, as I understood from our last meeting, we'd recommend a favorite. So then that would be advertised to the public or something. It would be out there for 7 days. That was required. And then at that next meeting, we would make the motion
Correct.
to approve that.
I think that's
district.
correct,
Yeah,
Mr.
So
Mayor.
it's more, it was more, tonight was more of a consensus of which district was favored. That would be made known to the public.
Correct.
Then we would vote at that next meeting. So I understand, now I know this was written,
It's January, so we want to put it in the paper January 18th is what it says.
so we want to, yeah, we want to get the direction tonight. And again, the process goes through to the next meeting, and that's the first reading, and then the second reading would be the following meeting. Is that how you understood it too, City Clerk? Okay.
I think because the public hearing has closed, we've held our fourth public hearing. I believe they can make a recommendation tonight. But I wish Shelley were here to confirm that, but I believe that is the case.
That's
Again,
correct.
it's going to be introduced on the 7th, not
Not voted on at that time, so you're saying?
not voted on tonight. Tonight, you're just giving direction. You can give direction on which plan you like. We can attach that to the next one. Then you'll be voting to introduce it. Then on the 22nd, you'll be voting to adopt it. And then it will take effect 30 days after that date.
Thank you.
If I may.
Vice Mayor? Go
So
ahead.
when you were talking about advertising it or putting it up for public display, does it have to be one or can it be the two? Does that make sense?
No, it'd be the one. We're making a decision to push to move forward, let the public know this is going to be the one that was favored by the council, but it does give the public more time to speak if they want to before the next meeting.
And so if they speak then and nobody likes it and we move forward with it anyways then because it's the only one, right?
That's the one that the council has chosen to move forward with.
So basically what I'm hearing is we're going to vote, we're going to do a consensus on what map we want, and then we're going to display it, and then the city, you can complain about it, and then we're going forward with it.
No, just so we're clear, if.
So, yeah, I'm trying to explain it to me.
There'd be a consensus tonight. If something were to happen between this date and the next date, the council could end up not voting for that. So what's
The if.
Who knows?
I always rely on the city clerk to confirm the calendaring on that, but I believe that if that occurred, if that's the case, there would still be time to come back with the alternative map. Is that correct?
What, so,
I realize I'm putting you on the spot with the calendar.
So in order for us to place a public notice in the newspaper for the 7th,
okay,
we need to get it to freelance here,
because 2 weeks, right?
so it'll be published here for this date.
Correct. That's how we set the process. So tonight, we're not taking a vote, we're having a consensus of which plan to move forward, so you can publicize that.
Then on the 7th, you'll vote to introduce it, and if it passes that, then it will go for adoption.
At that point,
And
you
if-
can vote yes or no,
Yes.
And then if it doesn't pass,
then we have to.
start the
again.
process, and do we have time?
Well, I don't know, we don't have time.
So
because
basically, that's what I'm saying. We're making the decision tonight.
Thank you.
If it were delayed, and it went for a second, and a first introduction here, then it would be introduced, adopted, and we could still do April 7th would be the date it goes into effect, which will meet the April 17th deadline.
And again, one of the reasons we talked about timelines and deadlines was to make sure we're preventing these issues from happening. We've, as we discussed earlier, made it as transparent, as public as possible. If there's emails out there, I really do think it's important to forward that to the city clerk to be transparent, so the public knows it's on the record. But we had these discussions, we worked hard as a council to come to these conclusions, and this is why we had the timelines. Councilmember Burns, you had a comment?
Thank you, Mayor. I think the city clerk answered part of it, but I just want to be clear that at the next council meeting, when we bring back the proposed map for adoption,
Introduction.
Introduction, I'm sorry.
Introduction.
For introduction, if all of a sudden this council flipped and went whatever the number was, right now, for simplicity of a conversation, we're talking primarily, the focus has been on map 1 and map 4. And if, back on, at the next regularly scheduled meeting for this, if we wanted to reverse our decision, we still have the capacity to do that, move forward, hit our timeline.
Oh, okay.
You could adopt it with an amendment. Or
To-
you
Is
could
that
introduce
correct?
it with the amendment, I'm sorry, introduce it with the amendment for it to move forward with that change.
Seems simple to me at this point,
Okay.
based on the
I
explanations
see
I
what
heard
you're
from the
saying.
city clerk and the city
big-
attorney. I think we're good.
Okay,
Okay.
so is there a consensus to move?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like
Go
to
ahead,
make
sir.
a motion.
Well, it's not a motion tonight, it's a consensus.
Well,
Correct.
it says here that the recommendation from staff is to read by title only, waive full reading,
Right.
and table the first reading of ordinance number 1206 into February 7th, 2022, an ordinance adjusting council district boundaries in accordance with the results of 2020 federal decimal census.
I'm sorry, Councilmember
Yes.
Resendez, the reason for that is because we originally were going to introduce tonight, but we delayed it a week. So we had to put the.
So we're not making a motion, we're moving forward with
we could-
consensus.
we could-
Consensus.
we could
Got
do
it,
the-
okay.
yes.
Right, because you
My
you
apologies.
advertised it in the paper like that,
Yes,
correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
That's
So
why.
we have a consensus then.
So is there a consensus to move forward Plan 4?
So just a point of order, again, I hate to be the troublemaker here, but I'm not convinced we have a consensus by legal definition, but I think we have a simple majority. So, I don't know, maybe we do have a consensus, but
Maybe.
but I know for a fact, hearing what all the council has spoken about, that we absolutely have a simple majority. I just want to be clear. Thank you.
Okay, with that, we have a consensus to move.
I was just going to point out, Mr. Mayor, I didn't actually hear whether or not Ms. Morales expressed an opinion on whether or not
I think
she agreed
had
with the
said earlier
consensus.
she was moving for 1.
Oh,
Is that
okay.
correct,
All right.
Ms. Morales?
That is correct. I am moving for 1.
Thank you.
So for sake of, again, transparency, I think it's very important that any emails that were sent to you should go to city clerk, so we could review any of that information. Maybe there's something there that we did not see or understand that would enlighten us, but I think it's very important that is on the public record.
Can anyone ask for a public records request? Can I, after this meeting, ask for a public records request on that email? Okay, I'll be sure to do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, we have the consensus. Now we're going to step back.
Okay.
City clerk, we have that? The consensus was to move forward with Plan 4? Okay. We will step back now. And first, report out from closed session, city attorney. Start over. Start at the beginning.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The report out of closed session is that the city council discussed those items agendized, specifically discussed items number 4 and number 5, and gave direction to city staff and negotiators regarding those items. Regarding items 1 through 3 agendized for closed session discussion, that discussion did not take place except to the extent city council directed that in the interest of time, those matters be continued to the next regularly scheduled city council meeting. And then the city council recessed from closed session at 6:26 p.m. That's all, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, sir. We will now move to item A, consent agenda. Are there any items council would like to pull? City clerk?
Items A4 and A5.
Okay, any others from council? Do we have any from the public?
That's all I
So
have.
you have, okay, is there a motion?
Move to adopt consent items as presented by staff other than items A4 and A5.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion is second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Resendez?
Yes.
Councilmember Morales?
Yes.
Councilmember Burns?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Perez?
Yes.
Mayor Velazquez?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. We'll now move to item A4.
On item A4, I had a request for an amendment on page 41. We had written infrastructure bill, and it should have said infrastructure build. And I think you're going to notice kind of in another one, it's the mask that's not making it clear. But on Jen, that was the only change to the December 20th minutes. Page 41. On January 8th, on page 48, I had written, I had left a few words out of something that Councilmember Morales said, so it's going to now read, Councilmember Morales understands that we want to move forward in terms of trying to meet various deadlines for complete transparency, community input. We need to have 4 public meetings, analyze the maps, and bring it to council so it does not seem like we are rushing or pushing through something without fully involving our community for clearly following the rules that were set forth. There is a lot of effort to push it forward. Councilmember Burns stated we have community members who are thinking about submitting maps. COVID has impacted a lot of families this holiday season, and people had several deaths in their family. I had the word debt. Redistricting isn't really on people's minds right now. We need to follow the process and allow our community to deal with community issues, but also have an opportunity to fully participate in the process. So that would be the amendment.
Was there a certain word or the whole?
I had actually left out, Councilmember Burns stated we have community members thinking about submitting maps. She put in who are. COVID has impacted a lot of families this holiday season, and people had several. I had debts, D-E-B-T-S, and it should have been deaths, D-E-A-T-H-S. So those are the changes in that one.
So some grammar corrections.
Yeah, I
Thank-
honestly thought she said debts. I couldn't tell with the mask on, so.
Thank you. Is there any comment from the public?
I have no speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Is there a motion on A4?
Move to adopt
Move to adopt with the changes.
as amended.
Is the motion, is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Resendez?
Yes.
Councilmember Morales?
Yes.
Councilmember Burns?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Perez?
Yes.
Mayor Velazquez?
Yes.
Thank you. And on A5, I'm sorry, A5 was the January 8th one,
So let's close A4.
Yeah.
A4 passes.
carries,
Motion
yeah,
carries.
5-0.
Now we'll move to A5.
So A4 was actually where we had said infrastructure bill. The only change was infrastructure build, B-U-I-L-D. And then the second change about who our COVID has impacted and several deaths was A5.
Okay. Any comments from council? Do we have any speaker cards?
I have no speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Is there a motion?
Move to adopt as amended by staff.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Resendez?
Yes.
Councilmember Morales?
Yes.
Councilmember Burns?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Perez? Mayor
Yes.
Velazquez?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. We'll now move to item B1.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So as part of the successor agency, or as this board, we bring to you the ROPS every year, and that allows us to draw down the funds from the county to pay for the old redevelopment agency bonds. So we're asking that you just accept the RUPS.
All right, is there any questions from council? Do we have any speaker cards? Do you have a question, sir?
I'm sorry, I was writing. We get to talk, we get to speak again, right?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
So, is this the one? Yeah. This is the RO.
They call it ROPS, yeah.
Yeah.
ROPS.
So, I noticed on, I'm trying to find the page. I'm sorry. I can't find it.
Do you remember the general question on it at all?
This is the one about where we're what we're paying out this year.
For the RDA.
Yeah, the old redevelopment agency.
Yeah,
Yeah, we
the
spend about
RDA.
$3 million in bond payments every year.
Yeah. So I was looking at the report on it. Oh, there. I think I got it. Now, and I didn't see a total. I don't know if I was just not reading this right or.
Yeah, the total amount that we'll be requesting from the property tax related to the redevelopment agency is $3,163,830, and that will be for principal and interest on the bonds, some fiscal agent fees, and then also that we are requesting that we get reimbursed for $250,000 in administration fees, which will go. That administration fee comes to the general fund.
Okay.
But this is reviewed by the Department of Finance and then also the County Auditor Controller's Office.
Okay.
And then this successor agency board will actually meet next week to approve this also.
Okay.
Is your question the total obligation? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
The total obligation is 28, what was it number? 28 million, if I can see anymore. $28,625,161.
What page are you on?
Is that correct, sir?
What page was that?
That would be page 131.
131.
131.
Yeah, so for the 2014 bond, we still have another, includes principal and interest. We have about $24 million left to pay on that bond. And then for the 2019 bond, we have about $4.5 million to pay for principal and interest.
Does that help, sir?
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, do we have any questions or comments from the public? Councilmember Morales?
Thank you. And I want to thank City Manager Brett Miller. I'm looking forward to the summary analysis of expenditure year to date in a more kind of consent so that it's easy to read and review the information. So I'm looking forward to that report in the future. Thank you.
Okay. Did we have any speaker cards?
Here's Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I would just say, City Manager, maybe it'd be helpful to take the time to explain how the RDA worked, the dollars. Not that new monies are going out, but now it's about paying it back down through the property taxes from those that were in that district.
Sure, we can
So
do
there's
that.
a little clarity on that for the new members.
Okay, no problem.
Okay. Is there a motion from the council?
Move to adopt resolution 2022-01.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Resendez?
Aye.
Councilmember Morales?
Yes.
Councilmember Burns?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Perez?
Yes.
Mayor Velazquez?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0. Thank
Gotcha.
you.
Oops.
Thank you. We will now move to item C, public input. This is the time for anyone in the audience to speak on any item not on the agenda and within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council. Speaker cards are available in the lobby and are to be completed and given to the city clerk before speaking. When the city clerk calls your name, please come to the podium. State your name and city for the record. Speak to the city council. If you are joining us by Zoom, please click on the bottom of your screen to raise your hand. If you are joining us by Zoom using a cell phone, please press *9. Each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes with a maximum of 30 minutes per subject. Please note that state law prohibits the city council from discussing or taking action on any item not on the agenda. Do we have any speaker cards tonight?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. First, may I say that we have 4 written correspondences from Joseph Thompson. Pauline Valdivia, did you want to speak?
I believe she wants to talk on the CBG item.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that. Thank you. Samantha Slikas?
State my name and city, correct?
Yes, welcome back, by the way.
Samantha Slikas, Hollister.
Go ahead.
My name is Samantha Slikas, and I am 17 years old. This year, on March 5th, I will be bringing back the Safety Fair, which will be held from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. at the main hall of the Vets building. I am bringing it back to the community, hopefully larger and stronger than ever. Safety and mindfulness should always be a core part of our lives, but now I feel support is needed more than ever. When COVID-19 struck, virtually everyone in the world has been impacted. Such impacts may have been from the virus itself or due to other events stemming from it, both public and personal. But no matter what may have taken place, millions have been affected in physical, mental, and/or emotional manners in the past 2 years. So many people have felt alone, lost, and frightened. Some may have lost loved ones, others have feared for their lives and the lives of those that they hold close. This year, I want to provide not only information, but emphasize on providing enrichment and resources, for I want to provide the community with people that they can turn to and trust to let them know that they are not alone. I am not just covering topics related to COVID, but also topics such as safe internet usage, bullying, gun safety, mental health, suicide, environmental health, self-defense, animal cruelty, and more. I will also be having different organizations that will have wonderful enrichment programs for all ages throughout the year. What I'm asking from you is for your support, attendance, and assistance in spreading the word to the community. This simple task, believe it or not, can change someone's life.
Thank you, and welcome back.
Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. I did not edit that for my... I'm sorry, 12 to 3.
Yeah, if you can, let the city clerk give her a copy of the flyer, and we'll go from there. Thank you. Okay, thank you.
I got one comment.
Oh, you do?
She's great, thank you.
Thank you.
John Rubble?
Good evening. My name is John Roble from the city of Hollister. Unfortunately, I can't see without these anymore. So I wanted to talk a little bit about the Hollister 150th anniversary celebration coming up mostly in the months of July and August this year. Mostly here to remind us all that that is going to happen and that the committee is hoping and requesting support from the city in both financially and in spirit to help us make this event one of the better events of the year in the city of Hollister. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Celeste Toledo Bacanegra?
Good evening. My name is Celeste Toledo Bocanegra. I am here today to publicly announce my candidacy for City
hang on a second.
Council
Here at City Hall.
District 2.
Yeah, that would be electioneering. This is not about politics here, it's about issues
Okay.
that are affecting the city. There's water issues, something that we can make a change on or help solve. That
Okay.
can be here. Politics,
My understanding was I can speak on open comment on anything.
not when it comes to politics.
Okay.
That would be called electioneering. It'd be violating the law if we did it, and it's violating law.
Okay.
So, okay.
So I will be silenced for now unless I have 2 minutes to talk about myself.
You can talk about yourself or what issues you have. Remember, this time period is about issues we can help the public with.
Okay.
So if it's about something that's
I
happening
thought it
somewhere,
was open input.
it's about items that we, again, where we can help the public solve
Okay.
issues. So you bring it to our attention so we can do research and look at it and
Oh,
get some
interesting.
answers to it.
Okay.
It's not about
Well, it's good to
politics.
know.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. I wish I would have known that before, but since I have 2 minutes, then while I stand before you, I was born and raised here in Hollister. I'll just talk about myself, I guess.
Well, is there something you're here to talk about, again, that the city can help with?
Well, there's a lot that in my district, I believe.
Talk about that. You can talk about issues that we can look into. Yes, that's
Perfect.
perfectly
Okay.
fine.
So we have approximately 9,000 in my district, give or take. I feel that I would be, I love volunteering. So I do that very well in my community. So I try to help everyone in
I
the
get it.
community.
But is there an
So
issue that's a problem that we can help you solve right now?
there is an issue. I feel like all the members or constituents of the current person who's representing them is
That's-
not being represented. So that is an issue.
I know, I'm trying to go back to make this, help
Okay.
you with this.
Yeah.
But
And I
again,
appreciate that.
City council is not a time
Okay.
to talk about politics.
Okay.
It's called electioneering. What it is about the public input is if there's an issue, a pipe, a street, something's happening.
understand that.
Street light, you can bring it to our attention
I
here.
got
we
that
come
from
back.
your message.
Yeah,
since
but we
I've-
can't talk
yeah.
about you because you're gonna run for office. It's about how we help the entire community or the district.
Well, thank you for
Okay.
saying that I'm running for District 2.
Thank you.
Have a good evening.
Victor Gomez?
There you are, Mr. Gomez. Go ahead, sir.
All right, great. Thank you, Honorable Mayor, members of the council. Victor Gomez here with Pinnacle Strategy, representing the applicant of a pre-zone application, Resolution 2021-141, that was considered last year. So the resolution included the initiation of a pre-zone and expansion of sphere of influence to include 2 parcels near Union Road and Lad Lane. At that time, the applicant was unable to attend the meetings due to a unforeseen illness in his family and COVID-19. I'm here today essentially requesting that the council bring resolution 2021-147 back before the city council for reconsideration now that the applicant and his family are in better health and we're all prepared to advance this project. In addition, all of the map versions in the general plan, in the next general plan that you are considering, have kept these parcels at the same zoning as the 2007 general plan. So again, no inconsistencies here. So, you know, we all understand that this property is consistent, or the zoning in this property is consistent with your previous vision for growth and your future vision for growth as well. So my request, Honorable Mayor and members of the council, is for the resolution to be brought back at your next available meeting for deliberation and consideration. So thank you, and I look forward to getting some direction from your staff. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir.
Leslie Austin?
Good evening. Leslie Austin calling on behalf of some new information from Central Coast Community Energy. I wanted to let folks know on the City Council that 3CE released an opportunity for member agencies, both cities and counties, to apply for $150,000 in grants for planning and implementation. The grant is a very simple process to complete, and it's basically designed to help eligible local governments electrify their vehicle fleets, municipal properties, and community infrastructure that serves households and businesses. The 3CE Policy Board met in December to adopt a budget that would carve out $7 to $8 million a year in program funds for member agencies. And while details are still coming forward, they intend to pay the incremental cost for EVs and other electrification strategies. I think these are just really wonderful developments that I hope the city finds itself in a position to act on quickly. And I think most of you know, but I will say we lack a comprehensive strategy that befits the fact that transportation emissions are the lion's share of greenhouse gas emissions, and transportation electrification, I think, needs a special focus and effort. Thank you very much, and have a good evening.
Thank you.
We have no more speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. Now we're going to move to item D1, City Manager's Report.
Yes, thank you. So real quick, I'm on the governance committee for 3CE, so we'll be keeping our, as Leslie said, that they are still working out the requirements, but we will keep that open to definitely apply for funds that we can definitely use. So that's it.
Thank you, sir. Item D2.
Nothing to report at this time.
Thank you. We're going to now move to item E2. Public hearing. CDBG, who's
Oh, that would be Renee.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council. Renee Perales, CIP Manager, Administrative Services. It's anticipated that the Department of Housing and Community Development will be releasing the 2022 Notice of Funding Availability for the Community Development Block Grant sometime in January, late January. Tonight's public hearing is the first step and it's a key component in accessing CDBG funding. We anticipate that the program will allow up to 2 eligible public service activities, housing program funding, and 1 planning application. As mentioned in my report, eligible activities under the above allocations in the NOFA consist of home ownership assistance, housing rehabilitation programs, public service programs, planning studies, economic development, business assistance, and micro-enterprise activities. The over-the-counter project funding provided in previous NOFAs will not be eligible under this NOFA, but is expected to be provided again in 2023. Tonight's public hearing is to discuss potential projects and to receive public comment. One possible planning study project that we've discussed with staff is the alley topographic survey paving and drainage project. The city's also received a letter from Pauline Valdivia from Hoviness Meals on Wheels program indicating their interest in being considered for funding under the public services. So staff recommends that we open public hearing, receive public comments, and close the public hearing, and a separate public hearing will be held at a later date to approve the application prior to submission to the state.
Thank you. Any questions from council at this point? This time we will open for public hearing. Do we have any speakers?
Nancy Frisetta?
Hi, good evening, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Hi, I'm Nancy Frisetta, the Executive Director at the Community Food Bank of San Benito. We're interested in submitting an application for the current round of funding to support the continuance of our successful mobile pantry program. The mobile pantry is an innovative new program designed to remove barriers of transportation that often coexists with food insecurity. The mobile pantry was the first truck of its kind in the US. It was rolled out during COVID in March of 2021 and was a light for our hungry neighbors during a really dark time. What's so great about the mobile pantry, you might be wondering? Well, a lot. It brings the bounty of a farmer's market with the beauty of a Whole Foods to neighborhoods in Hollister with the highest need, serving seniors, the homeless, the disabled, and those without transportation. The mobile pantry serves an average of 40 people a stop with 2 stops a day, Monday through Thursday. It offers dignified food selection outside, making it COVID safe, where customers may choose from organic fresh produce as well as shelf-stable items and personal care items. Last quarter, more than 2,000 families visited the mobile pantry, and we gave out more than 52,000 pounds of food and 4,000 pounds of non-food items such as diapers, hand sanitizers, wipes, and masks. On the flip side of having the first truck of its kind, there's also been challenges. Issues include warping with a panel that pulls out to display the food, a faulty food racking and basket system, large gap between the panel and the box, which allows rain to fall in where we don't want it, poor design of steps into the truck, making it access difficult for volunteers, poor design of refrigeration, limited space for food and backstock. The issues impact our ability to serve our customers and increases the hours needed to stock, restock, unload, and sanitize the truck. There have been a number of versions since our original model was delayed because of COVID. They've made a lot of progress and also added more features. So the issues have been addressed. The latest box design offers additional features such as full refrigeration and electric standby. So that's why we're here today. We thank you for your time, and we look forward to participating in the application stage for this funding.
Thank you very much.
Lori Adams.
Hi, I just wanted to jump in. I work with the city and support Renee and her team in the application process. And we will expect the NOFA for this program to be released and final at the end of this month. And that will give us more of the parameters of the funding that's going to be available and how we would want to allocate that under your application process. So this process that we have now is about understanding what organizations are out here that are interested, and for the council to provide some direction to staff on how they would like to design your application for this year. And just as a quick update, you do have an over-the-counter application in queue for funding. And Renee, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that you are next in line to receive funding for the over-the-counter project that is that was submitted in the 2020 round. So there is some good news there in regards to funding that you will be receiving under the over-the-counter. And as Renee had said, that process won't be opened up again until 2023. And I'm here to answer any questions if you have any. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I have no more speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. This time we will close public hearing. We will bring it back to the council. Councilmember Resendez, did you have a comment?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick question for Ms. Perales. So what are our options? Can we do just one of these, a couple of these? What do you suggest? And what does staff recommend?
Renee, did you hear that question?
Maybe you can answer it.
We might have just lost her. Yeah, we can do a basket of them, so we can, do 2 or 3 of them. But the recommendation so far will probably be to do some funding for the local agencies like we've done in the past, and this is great that we get federal funds to be able to start working on our alleys. So that's what we're recommending.
So so we can do a little bit for the people that are requesting funds, and then the bulk of it would go towards our city infrastructure, is what you're saying?
Correct.
Thank you.
Can you hear me right now?
Yeah, now we can.
Sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, I think under this grant, we'll be eligible to apply for 2 public services, a planning grant, and then there's other ones that we can apply for. I just don't have the parameters because they haven't actually released the NOFA yet.
Thank you.
Yeah,
So once the NOFA is released, we'll have the funding amounts and what we can actually apply for.
Thank you.
yeah, that's usually the issue, is they want us to have these meetings, but they haven't given us the
They didn't give us
parameters yet.
parameters yet. They want to see us dance before it starts, before the music. Mr. Burns, did you have a comment?
I do, Mayor. I'm dancing as fast as I can. I think the proposed projects that have been brought forward are amazing, excellent. I say go get it. And I would like to interject that I would like to see some money earmarked for areas throughout our city that have a desperate need for sidewalks. And I know sidewalks are extremely expensive, but they're very important, and I'd like to see that focus and emphasis in areas where schools are. And I'm curious, is this also an opportunity for our county? Because I know we have some shared roadways that could definitely benefit from sidewalks, but I understand there may be a reluctance for us to spend our money in county areas. But if public safety is the concern, then it'd be nice to see if there's a way to partner with the county on this to achieve a mutual need and goal. Thank you.
Yeah, Renee or Lori, can you answer that on the county part?
I can, before we go there, I can't say, I'm going to bring it up in our items, but we have talked to the county about something. So, but go ahead, Ms. Prowse.
One of the things I wanted to say was in order for anything to qualify for CDBG, so if we were to do a sidewalk project, it can't be done citywide. It has to meet one or more of the 3 national objectives in the CDBG federal statutes, and that's benefit to low and moderate income, or if it's prevention or elimination of slum or blight, or it has to meet an urgent community need. So typically, a citywide project wouldn't qualify for CDBG funding.
But there are projects in the city that will meet those objectives.
Right, that certainly should meet that parameter, and I appreciate that. Thank you for the clarification.
Thank you, sir.
No, I support this.
I do, Renee, I have a question for you.
Okay.
Can we, I'm hoping with the NOFA this will work, but the pedestrian bridge alongside the existing 4th Street Bridge over that river, we talked about, is it a possibility to maybe build an extension onto that bridge for the pedestrian crossing for that area? I know the area does qualify, does meet in the requirements. Questioning if that's a possibility, and also the proposed soccer fields in that area for kind of incentivize business in that area to come in. Those are a couple items that I wanted to note and for you to look into.
Okay. Is Lori Adams still on?
Hi, I'm here. Thank you for unmuting me. So the city is eligible for funding, and it's going to be based on the criteria of low to moderate income areas. And the city has some specific areas that are eligible, and those are the areas that we have to focus the funding on. Now, when we're talking about projects are going to fall under the over-the-counter component, which isn't eligible under this cycle, and that will be in 2023. But having those conversations now, identifying what your priorities are, this is the perfect timing because we have to be project ready at that application cycle. So, Renee, are those areas that they're speaking of in our zones that meet that criteria?
I looked at the areas where I think they're talking about the bridge, and yes, but I'm not sure about soccer fields. I'm not sure what area you're.
That is at the Brigantino Park area. So that
okay.
Yes.
So when we talk about parks and soccer fields, we have to first determine if that park or field is going to be regionally used, if it's going to be community wide, or if we're actually looking at a specific local area that we could carve out that would specifically be serviced by that park. So in general terms, they consider a park a neighborhood park. But if you're going to build a soccer field and there's no other soccer fields in the community, then we're not able to address it as a neighborhood. Then we have to look at it as more of a community wide. And community wide is not going to meet the low mod requirements for the city. So, but if we can call it a neighborhood park, and that neighborhood park is within an area of your community that meets that low mod criteria, then it would be an eligible project.
Thank you for the information.
You bet.
Do we have any other questions, comments from council? Go ahead, sir.
Just off the top of my head, relating to Councilmember Burns' point, D Street does not have a sidewalk, and a lot of kids have to cross from there to the high school, and I've gotten a number of complaints of that over the years. So I'm not sure if it qualifies, Ms. Perales, but I would certainly appreciate if you guys looked into that.
A sidewalk project or the planning part of it?
Whatever qualifies for this round of grants. So it's
For
D
this
Street.
round. Okay, so for this round, we can't do an over-the-counter, and that's what that would be.
Okay. So then maybe project ready for the next round is what we're
We could be, yes.
potentially. Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much.
So just as a suggestion, Renee, that might be a sidewalk gap planning study to identify where sidewalk gaps might be existing within the city.
Okay. Great.
Well, thank you very much. There's no other questions, council. Well, thank you again for information tonight. We're going to now move to item F1.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, the resolution before you is resolution of the City Council of the City of Hollister authorizing the Hollister Police Department to accept a $24,000 Homeland Security Grant for surveillance cameras. Last year, we submitted for this grant to install cameras on an intersection in the City of Hollister, and staff recommends the City Council adopt this resolution authorizing the Hollister Police Department to accept the grant that we were advised last month that we were awarded. Any questions?
Any questions from council? Do we have any speaker cards?
I have no speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
A motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Resendez?
Yes.
Councilmember Morales?
Yes.
Councilmember Burns?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Perez?
Yes.
Mayor Velasquez?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to now move to item F2.
Thank you. Good evening, City Council. Eva Kelly with the Planning Department. Item F2 is a resolution regarding the initiation of pre-zone 2021-3 for an approximately 30.73 acre property located at 1190 Buena Vista Road. This property, I did receive a request from the applicant earlier today to actually withdraw this item based on staff's recommendation, but I would still recommend that we open the public hearing, so I'll just give a very brief summary of my staff report. Staff is recommending denial of the initiation request because this property is located in our special planning area for the Buena Vista area in the city's 2040 general plan update. And so based on the direction that we received, and there is an item later in the agenda where we're actually going to talk about the general plan update, but the direction that we received was to change the designation on this property potentially to high density residential, whereas it's currently medium density residential. So the applicant understands that process, and I talked with their representatives earlier today, and they're doing it for kind of financial purposes, to financial planning. There's no project that they're proposing at this time. So they're willing to wait for the general plan and come back. So that staff recommendation is to wait, go through the general plan process and come back with an initiation request after we have our new general plan in place and a new designation. So with that, I would recommend opening the public hearing in case there's anyone online who'd like to speak but
Yeah,
withdraw.
This item's not a public hearing, but we, at this point,
Or-
as in the past, some of the other ones, we can go ahead and deny it, and then they can bring it back in the future as we
Yeah.
get that worked out, correct?
Yeah.
Thank you. Any questions from council? Member Sendes?
At its current density and acreage, how many houses would be built there if this project were to be built out?
So there is no project, but 30 acres, our medium density allows 8 to 12 units per acre. So just quick math, that'd be about 300 and then another 60, so 360 at the max at medium
Thank you.
density.
Thank you. Is there any speakers?
Yes, Mr. Mayor? I have Sean Tenenbaum and Jeff Small jointly.
Well, good evening, everyone. Mr. Mayor, Councilman Burns, Honorable City Council. Appreciate the opportunity to come before you this evening. Thank you for the update. Really appreciate the news. On behalf of the San Benito High School District, I respectfully request the City Council to delay the adoption of the resolution authorizing the initiation of the pre-zone application, which obviously was withdrawn this evening, or will be as far as moving forward. The delay would enable the entire City Council to hear the presentation the district made to the Intergovernmental Committee on December 2nd, 2021. It will also give the district time to meet with the project proponent. For those of you who are not familiar with the Intergovernmental Committee, it consists of multiple agencies within the county, including the City of Hollister, County of San Benito, and the purpose of the committee is to plan, develop, and coordinate projects and programs that impact our community. The district's objective of the December 2nd presentation was to illuminate the problem that our community is facing. Namely, the high school is operating at capacity, and any additional students from new development will diminish the educational program for our community.
Thank you, Jeff Small, the school district's financial advisor. The district acknowledges that there's a housing crisis here in California. In recent years, as you may know, there's been a lot of building permits pulled. There's been 2,000, the district has actually received payment for 2,000 building permits in the last few years. And there's about, if you look at currently entitled projects, there's another 3,000 and maybe even more to come. So I think that there's widespread agreement that developer fees paid to the district to offset the cost of new development are woefully insufficient to construct a new high school. Just in today's dollars, if you look at the fees that the district would get for new building permits, it's $14 million over a very long period of time. In 2020, when the district went out and costed just a bare bones, simple, smaller high school, it was about $125 million. So there's certainly a very large shortfall. The presentation made to the Intergovernmental Committee provided steps that can be taken by the city and county to ensure adequate funding for a new high school. Included were general plan policies that are being considered by the city council. And these policies were discussed at many public meetings and were widely supported by the General Plan Advisory Committee, Planning Commission, and members of the city council. The policies will assist the district with funding challenges for a new high school. And the presentation given at the Intergovernmental Committee also requested the city to mandate meetings with developers prior to any city land use action.
Thank you, Mr. Smalls. We appreciate it. We'll talk about some of our intergovernmental conversations during our presentations tonight.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I have no more speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Speakers? Okay. Is there any other questions or comments from council? Is there a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Go ahead, sir.
I move that we deny resolution number 2022-3.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Resendez?
Aye.
Councilmember Morales?
Yes.
Councilmember Burns?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Perez?
Yes.
Mayor Velazquez?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will now move to item F3. This be Ms. Perales again?
Yes. Yeah, Renee.
Good evening again, Mr. Mayor, City Council, Renee Perales, Administrative Services. This item before you is Resolution 2022-4. This resolution will authorize staff to issue a task order to Kimley Horn based on the proposal and authorize a supplemental appropriation in the amount of $409,793 for the preparation of plans and specifications and an engineer's estimate for the Cape Seal Section 1 Road Rehabilitation Project. As I mentioned in my staff report, Kimley Horn identified segments of roadways throughout the city that could benefit from rehabilitation. Due to the large number of roadway segments needing rehabilitation, they've divided up the city into 5 different sections, with each section being divided again into 2 separate types of projects, a Cape Seal or a grind and overlay project. The project that I have before you now is for the first Cape Seal project that will be in Section 1, as seen in the attachment to my report. I'd just like to point out the cost of the design at $409,793. I just want to give you a comparison. This project covers 40,000 linear feet, whereas if we look at the design of the most recent road rehab project, the design cost was $80,000 for a 5,625 linear foot project. So the design cost for the project compared to the last road project is about 28% less per linear foot, just due to the economy of scale. The project's just large. I also wanted to point out that per ADA, the resurfacing treatments trigger curb and ramp replacements where they're not currently ADA compliant. So that also drives up the cost of the project. So staff recommends that the City Council adopt the resolution authorizing staff to issue a task order to Kimley Horn and authorize a supplemental appropriation for the Cape Seal Section 1 Road Rehabilitation Project. Do you have any questions for me?
Thank you. Any questions from council? Do we have any speaker cards?
Speakers, Mr. Mayor?
Thank you. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Dolores did have a question. Go ahead, Ms.
I had a question. So I did, and I'm a new council member. And so I really am noticing that there's a lot of projects for Kimberly Horn. I'm wondering when the last RFP was done, the total amount of contracts or funding that is provided to Kimberly Horn, the totality of the scope of work, and the procurement procedures for these types of projects. And I mean, that information can be provided, but I'm just noticing that it's a lot of information that wasn't, a lot of money that wasn't originally budgeted, and that will be coming out of our reserves. So what are we giving up or not paying for as a result of some of these projects?
City manager can answer that better.
Yeah, I mean, the projects, I mean, the money is coming out of monies that can only be for street projects. So that's, we're using either Measure G or TDA funds to do these projects. We've had Kimberly Horn on staff, and plus they're the ones that have done our street studies. So we felt that they have been the most efficient. But if it's the direction of the council, we can definitely go out to bid for future projects if council desires us to do that.
So I would make the comment that this year we're going to do quite a few projects we've been working towards over the past several years. We have the dollars now to do it because we paid off debt in the past to get ourselves to a point where we can start fixing our infrastructure, not only the roads, but we will be repairing water lines, sewer lines, storm drains, many other projects, as we heard, the handicap ramps, some sidewalks, and the list goes on. Kimberly Horn came in. They have the scale to do large-scale projects, and we're, again, talking about repairing a good section of the city this year and through next year just by working with the company can do this scale of planning and design. This is a large project. In the past, for an example I can give, we'd maybe fix one street, maybe two streets every 5 years or so. And this is one of the reasons we fell behind in the past. We have most of these dollars coming in from Measure G. There's over $8 to $10 million already waiting to get to work. And this is why we're being so aggressive now, because the community deserves it. And again, we have a company now that can actually do this type of work and stay up with it. Not many companies that can do this, but they have been working with us for quite a while in the last few years and have learned and laid out a good plan to get our roads. By the way, our road rating was 74%, which is considered good. The goal is to get us to 85 plus, which is outstanding. Really unheard of in almost any community. You'd be hard pressed to find a community that even has 74% road rating. So we're doing a really good job with it. I'm really happy with the work they've done because they kept their promises as far as moving this along and laying out a plan. As you can see from the items that were listed in our packets, the 5 different sections. And if you go to the road report, you can kind of understand those that are really in need of serious repair, and those designs are already happening. So that's, I want to thank Kimberly Horn for working so hard for us. Councilmember Resendez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is an interesting time for the city and the county. Like, there's so much collaboration and cooperation going on right now. We are moving and grooving. This is huge. Our constituents deserve good roads to travel on it. I would suggest not doing anything to stall that process because we have the collaboration and the cooperation from the county. We're going to talk more about that in our report. I do believe that the city manager gave an Excel sheet with all of the contracts and all of the costs. I'm not sure if that was before Councilmember Morales was on. If not, maybe we can get it to her. But I would be very hesitant to stall any of this process. You know, we're moving and grooving here, and I'm very grateful to the county wanting to collaborate with us, and I appreciate this council and all the work that they've done. So I'd like to see this move forward tonight. Thank you.
Mayor, if I could add also, I believe it was in 2018 that we actually did do an RFP for Kimberly Horn as an extension of staff. But like say, it is probably about 3 years old, 3 to 4 years. So, I mean, if it's the direction of the council, we can always do that. But part of our presentation is to present to council where we stand with all our contracts. So we'll be bringing that forward also again.
Mr. Burns.
Mayor, thank you. Thank you, City Manager. First of all, I appreciate the fact that there was apparently a 28% reduction in cost for the volume of work we're going to do. So again, I think that reemphasizes volume is going to get us a discount, and I appreciate the commitment for the volume and the consistency in the project work areas. I would support actually going out for another RFP, but I don't want to delay the current work that has been a bid and move it forward. But I always think there's value in affirming the value. And so for me, excuse me, I could absolutely support future projects, but I agree with the mayor and Council Member Resendez that we don't want to stall this project. And so I'm prepared to make a motion to approve it when that's appropriate.
Councilmember Perez?
Actually, I don't know if I would agree to that also. I would also, I don't know if I should bring this up now. I was going to bring it up in my G4 about getting a list of the projects that we've contracted with Kimberly Horn and the total cost.
I'll bring that up in your report.
Yeah, or right now I could just tell you that they provide us monthly, so I can forward that to all the council members.
Yeah. That's it.
We already opened to public, correct? Okay, we already did that. Is there a motion?
So moved.
There's a motion. Is there a
Second.
second? There's a motion and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Resendez?
Yes.
Councilmember Morales?
Yes.
Councilmember Burns?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Perez?
Yes.
Mayor Velazquez?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to now move to item F4.
Am I still unmuted?
Yes, you are. Go ahead.
Okay. Renee Perales again. Now I have Resolution 2022-5. This resolution will authorize staff to issue another task order to Kimley Horn based on their proposal and authorize a supplemental appropriation in the amount of $91,168 for the preparation of the plans and specifications and engineer's estimate for the grind and overlay of Section 1 for road rehabilitation project. And as I mentioned in my report, Kimley Horn identified segments of roadway throughout the city that benefit from this type of rehabilitation. The project I have before you now is for the grind and overlay of Section 1, as seen in the attachment. Staff recommends that the City Council adopt Resolution 2022-5, authorizing staff to issue a task order to Kimley Horn and authorize a supplemental appropriation for the grind and overlay Section 1 road rehab project. Do you have any questions?
Thank you. Any questions from council? Do we have any speaker cards?
We have one. She.
Yes, hello. Thank you. This is Valerie Eglin, Samuel Batista, and I've been listening in concerning the road overlays, and I'm wondering how much bicycle safety accommodation and pedestrian safety has been incorporated into the streets, and is there kind of a new design being presented by Kimley Horn in their work with this? So I just haven't seen a presentation yet that shows what they're doing, and so I was wondering if that might be addressed. Thank you.
Yes, I could help you there. Part of what we have been doing as a council is on some of our traffic calming projects, we're making sure that there's bike lanes. Some of those larger roads are protected bike lanes. Part of the plan for the future of the city is future development, making sure that is drawn in at the time rather than as an afterthought. So a lot of good things coming up. You're going to see a presentation here pretty soon on an item for San Felipe Road that incorporates exactly that. So this is what we have been doing. It's part of the goal now to make ourselves a community where you can eventually walk, bike to work in a safe manner, and have our kids bike to school if they'd want to in a safe manner. So we're working on that. Councilmember Resendez.
If I can just add, Mr. Mayor, the GPAC also is adopting new regulations to promote pedestrian and biker-friendly roads. So that's not officially been adopted, but I can speak that it has been a priority of this council, and hopefully if we get the GPAC adopted, it will forever be a priority of our city.
Awesome. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you. Do we have any speakers?
Robin Lucas.
Go ahead.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, hi. My name is Robin Lucas, and I am an owner of, with my husband, at Off the Chain Bicycle Store here in Hollister. And I just want to, yeah, that's good to hear then that bicycle lanes are in plans for these roads, because cycling it's not always just a choice, but it is a necessity for a lot of people that cannot afford maybe a car. So there's a lot of businesses out in the business park near the airport that maybe some of those guys have to ride their bike to work. And so just, yeah, I want to bring up the importance, never forget that about bicycle transportation. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have no more speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments from council? Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
The motion and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Resendez?
Yes.
Councilmember Morales?
Yes.
Councilmember Burns?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Perez?
Yes.
Mayor Velasquez?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to now move to item F5.
Thank you, Mayor and Council again. So staff is seeking approval to change the street name at the Hollister Municipal Airport. The street is currently named Mars Drive and will change to Dean Judd Way. The new signage will come from the current operating budget of the airport. Dean Judd was one of our long-term tenants out at the airport. He also served on the Airport Advisory Commission for numerous years and was also our air boss for a couple of our Hollister air shows. So any questions?
Any questions from council?
Go ahead.
Councilmember Resendez?
Thank you. So I could go either way on this. I'm just thinking it could become problematic if we allow this in the future. So my concerns are this. Do we have a policy in place? So this is my number one concern is I think should open it up to everybody to allow them, and then who knows where that would go, right? But in the bigger picture, after having a discussion with city manager, I think this could be very problematic if we just allow people to change the roads in a residential area. Not such a big concern here at the airport. I would be concerned if like the Elks Lodge had to change their address and everything. I don't want to inconvenience them, but I'm just wondering two things. Do we have a policy in place? Number two, did we allow all the public to have a say in this or to apply for it, so to speak? And then number three, I would be very discouraged to do this in the future because I think it could become pretty problematic. Those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll answer that. We don't have a policy for the changing the name. The airport community is kind of a tight-knit group, so I think that's why it was brought forward. But yeah, we wouldn't want to change the names of the different streets just because of 911 and different issues of people having to change their address. That I think we've only done that as a city once just because of the activity that was going on the street, that it was felt that the name needed to be changed.
Correct. Remember that conversation? Vice Mayor Perez?
Yeah, as Carlos is reminding, there's no addresses on that street anyway, so.
Yeah, I was going to say, there's no addresses. Also, as far as any of the neighboring residents, it would be the airport community. And I was actually at the ceremony. I read your letter. He has total support. And actually, it was a real honor to meet the daughter, Catherine, and Douglas, the son. The granddaughters, Ellie and Rebecca and Ellie, and the daughter-in-law. Great family. Good send-off for him. I think it's a really good idea. Totally support it.
Thank you. I agree with what Councilmember Resendez is saying. We do have to be careful, but I think in this case, here's a person that served on the airport commission for quite a while, was heavily involved with the airport for numerous years. Definitely a street name in his honor is his memory works. But I do think we have to create a policy and make sure it's somebody that's served on commission 8 years or whatever the number is, so we don't just have that happening. But so far everything I've seen in the past has kind of gotten us there, and this I think is one of those names that clearly has been instrumental in the airport.
And we'll work with staff out at the airport that they can work on a policy for names.
Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm certainly going to support this for all the right reasons. But I'm curious, how did it become originally named Mars Drive? Do we have any history for that?
I don't have that history, sorry.
Okay. Okay. Thanks, Chief. Yeah.
60s and 70s.
So I just wanted to make sure we weren't going to be offending somebody named Mars who it was originally named for. And so, but yeah, I support it 100%.
They're a few
Thank you.
miles away, so I don't think they're going to be offended. Councilmember Morales.
Thank you. I think this is an outlier, and the airport community is a tight-knit community, so I would be in favor as well to support.
Do we have any speaker cards?
I have no speakers, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Is there a motion? There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
A motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Resendez?
Yes.
Councilmember Morales?
Yes.
Councilmember Burns?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Perez?
Yes.
Mayor Velazquez?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
All right, let's try to get one more in before break. We'll do F6.
Thank you. So, Mayor and Council, so we have two different towers up on Park Hill. In the, I would say I think it's about 3 years ago, we actually did one of these before for a 99-year lease where we brought in, I believe it was $1.4 million. Basically, we get all our money now, and so we don't have the risk of if cell phone towers change or the technology change. So we are now being requested from Tower Point to do a $1.6 million deal for 99 years. And plus, if there's any future revenue, that they would split the revenue with us 50-50. I would say if we do move forward with this, my recommendation was when we get the money is this is a perfect use of funds to be put into our rainy day fund because it's a one lump sum, and then that we have that money in reserve because how you can make your money back for getting the rent all up front is by putting that money into an investments that will bring some returns to us. So that would be my recommendation is to move forward.
Thank you. Is there any questions from council? Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. City manager, is that number, that's a big number. And is that consistent with what other communities are getting for renting their towers out for cell use?
Yes, I mean, we have the firm, they would go out and shop this. They got two bids. One was from Everest Infrastructure Partners, which was $1,650,000 with no revenue sharing, where this one was about $20,000 more is the one we're recommending, but it also had the revenue sharing. So we thought that was a very fair price. And like I said, we just did this recently and it was like 1.4.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Perez.
Looking at the map, do you know if there's any future plans for another tower going up?
I believe that is the maximum amount of towers that we can have up there are the 2 towers.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any speaker cards?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Robin Pollard?
Go ahead, ma'am.
Robin, please.
Good evening. Good evening.
Yes, go ahead. Hello.
So I noticed that this was on the agenda, and so I thought I would just talk about the towers in general. In the past, one of the first public meetings I ever went to, there was discussion of the towers had just gone in, and they were about a few years into it, and they were supposed to do landscaping around it, which they never really did. They eventually, because they got called on it, they planted 2 trees that were then never watered and died. And I also wanted to ask about the last time that they went out and rebuilt them. I personally picked up 3 bags of cut wires and trash. So I'm not sure that these companies are all that neighborhood friendly or park friendly, but I was really concerned about the 99 years. That's making quite a commitment to future councils when perhaps it might be worth a lot more in maybe 50 years. Anyhow, it caught my attention, and I just wanted you to know that we're paying attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much. No other speakers? Is there a motion?
Move to adopt, Mr. Mayor.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
A second.
There's a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Resendez?
Yes.
Councilmember Morales?
Abstain.
Abstain?
Abstain.
Yes.
4. Sir, did you have a conflict that you should point out now?
No conflict. I agreed with our community in terms of 99 years for a long time. Technology is changing very quickly. So I know it's a large amount for the city of Hollister. It's a relatively small amount. And like I said, technology is changing, properties values increasing dramatically. So while I understand that the council will probably move forward with this recommendation, I can't say no because I need to study it a little bit more. But that's why I'm abstaining. There is no conflict.
Okay, all right, you get that.
Councilmember Burns?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Perez?
Yes.
Mayor Velasquez?
Yes.
Motion carries 4-0-1-0.
All right, at this time, let's take our 5-minute break. Or-
That's where it starts. Man.
Look, my shoulders going out, my knees going out.
and I apologize because I only printed one E1. I didn't print this one. Staff is recommending that the City Council call for a legislative recess in July in perpetuity for all City Council and staff for all scheduled meetings in July. This will allow council and staff an opportunity to have a break for vacations and/or to catch up on projects. The City of Hollister has called for legislative recess in July since 2016. I believe it was modeled after San Jose back in 2016. The adoption of this resolution will eliminate the need for council to approve each January the call for July as a legislative recess. It will also allow staff to plan for vacations during that month and not have to wait until January to have council approve. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from council? Do we have any speaker cards?
I have no speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
So moved.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Resendez?
Yes.
Councilmember Morales?
Yes.
Councilmember Burns?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Perez?
Yes.
Mayor Velazquez?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
Staff also thanks you.
Thank you. Thank them. Absolutely. They work hard. We'll now move to item G1, reports from city council members regarding their committees. Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. I had an opportunity last week to attend the Water Resource Agency meeting. And again, the reoccurring theme and the hard message, I believe, is we are in drought, and I'm looking forward to a future presentation to discuss it more in depth as it relates to operational needs for our community. But I would encourage the community to remember, just because we got a little bit of rain doesn't mean it's going to eliminate the drought. And we can do things as simple as when you brush your teeth, in between putting the toothpaste on the brush, turn the water off, turn it back on. It could be that simple. And those little things seem insignificant, but based on the number of us, even something that simple can add up to a savings in water. So again, that concludes my report. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Resendez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So yeah, two things I'd like to report on. Number one, intergovernmental. And this past meeting, we had a couple interesting items. So number one, I guess what I'd like to talk about is the Hollister City streets. And essentially what we decided was, because we've got so many projects coming up, we want to find out exactly what streets are city-owned versus where is there some county overlap. I know Buena Vista is one of those examples. I think we said Southside Road was one of them. So we, with the permission of this council, would like for the city manager to bring back a report from Planning Department specifying that for a number of different reasons. Some of them were spoken about here earlier tonight. Another thing is that we would like to start looking at broadband. If we're going to tear up these roads and we're going to fix them for any reason, like, we need to ensure that the cost is covered by both parties, us and the county. And there is cooperation and there is interest on their side from what I see from the intergovernmental. So I'll just leave it at that. The mayor can feel free to expand on that. But I love intergovernmental. There's some good things happening. There's great representatives there, and everybody's excited. And so it's really been a pleasure to serve on that committee. We also talked about homelessness, and I'll talk about that just a little bit. But there is an interest from the intergovernmental committee members, which, if you don't know, consists of 2 of us from the city of Hollister, 2 members from the city of San Juan Bautista, and I believe
2 from the county.
2 from the county. We've got superintendents that attend regularly, all 3 superintendents. And then we have a superintendents, and then there's...
Well, the voting member is the county superintendent.
There we go. And then we've got a school board member that attends very regularly. So it's a very robust conversation, and it impacts us in a number of different ways, right? So what they would like to see is for us to actually start a new homeless, not necessarily an ad hoc committee, but an official committee, just like intergovernmental, just like COG. They want to see representation from the different entities to tackle our homeless problem, because yeah, there's a lot of work being done, but I think there could be more, and everybody's very interested in that topic and getting that done. So we wanted to bring that back to the council to see if there was interest in that, and we could possibly agendize that for a future meeting. And I believe all the other entities are looking to do the same. That we touched about San Juan Bautista Water Project. Again, if we are going to open up to give access to San Juan Bautista, which we already addressed and we said we're going to do, we want to also put in broadband lines at the same time. There's no need to double our work. It's very expensive. So that's something that we're working on collaboratively. And possibly going after grants, that type of thing for it. Yeah, it's been a real pleasure to sit on there. I've been the chairperson for, I think, 2 years. One of them was COVID. We barely met. So I'm probably going to be stepping down and allowing someone else to chair the meetings, but it's been a real pleasure. I'm grateful to everybody, and I look forward to serving for another year there. Moving on to COG, the one thing that we talked about, I'm sure the mayor will talk more about this, and is the RENA numbers. And just like all of you, and hopefully we've sent out letters already, COG is not happy with the requirements from the state for a number of different reasons. And this is something that the mayor is very passionate about. I'll probably let him talk about it some more. But they'd like to, well, I'm going to stop right there. Just like you and all of the other representatives in this area, they're not happy with the state giving us mandates, telling us what to do, and not helping us with infrastructure, not helping us widen Highway 25, not helping with all the impacts on the school. So those are two of the committees that I served on, and that's my report. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Morales?
Thank you. So I'm an alternate for the meetings that have taken place, and I believe Rick will probably report on the other one. I did have a introductory meeting for 3C, so I look forward to working with them. And then I think, the request for report is later on today, so I'll wait for that. But thank you. I look forward to serving on all my committees.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Perez?
Well, I really wanted to read all my notes, but I brought my wrong folder. So nothing to report. My dog ate my homework. But if Dolores wants to say anything, she's more than welcome.
All right, thank you. I will talk about a few things. As Councilmember Resendez pointed out, our COG committee, the big issue right now is a discussion of the state trying to require us to, or force us to build more homes. Basically, that number has more than doubled from the previous numbers. It's about 5,000 homes over the next 8 years. Now, what the state does is they say, well, not that you have to do it, we just want to make sure you're planning to do it. In other words, the minute we start following their guidelines is the minute we have to do it, otherwise we get sued by developers. It's very frustrating. A letter has been sent out by COG to state voicing our concerns. Hopefully we can have that letter from the city and the county and San Juan Bautista, because all agencies are very frustrated by it. Basically, the way it looks now, 4,300 of those homes would have to be in the city, 700 would be in the county, and about 60 some in San Juan Bautista. Communities throughout the state are very upset about what's going on because, as you know, we are suffering from the impacts of too much growth, and it's nowhere near 5,000 units. It's only been a couple thousand, as we heard earlier. This would have a devastating impact on our community. It's part of this state effort to tell communities what to do but never fund them, and we're going at it on our own. That means our schools, we won't be able to keep up with our schools, our roads, all the infrastructure. It would be a major issue on it. The interesting part is, as much as they like to make threats, they're holding very little behind that, other than we'll hold some grant funding from you. And some of that grant funding is actually through federal sources, so legally the state can't even do that. We're going to try to find out what else we can do, but to just accept the threats from the state, it's going to cost us. And there might be a point where it's actually more beneficial, if you look, we check the numbers when we go through this, that we might be better off not accepting some grants rather than paying hundreds of millions of dollars in more infrastructure to try to keep up with the state mandates. So there's a lot of conversations ahead to be had, but the community should know that we are taking this very serious. We are being very clear to the state. This is absolutely unfair. They can keep making threats. There are policies we can implement, though, that can help protect our community. And we have to be aware of that and start to, luckily we are finishing the general plan, but we have to put those into play sooner rather than later. We will keep you updated as the information keeps coming through. So that, again, probably one of the biggest things we've dealt with in the past several years is having to see these kind of numbers. And here's the most frustrating part for me. I've been a proponent of making sure we do have a housing for our own community, affordable housing for our own community. I've been very much against out of control single family homes that we've been doing in this community. And the state likes to say they're doing this because they want homes for the community, but the reality is the requirement, more than 50% of it is for above average income homes. So it's not about building homes for our community, it's about building homes. And they recognize that. At the same time, they're trying to curb emissions, and yet they're creating more gridlock on our highways because obviously a person that can afford $800,000, $900,000 home probably works out of town, and it's creating problems for us. So we're bringing that to attention. We want to make sure the public knows, get public support. We're hoping our state assembly member and our state senator will back us up on this. At this point, we have not heard anything, but it's something where all of us have to really speak out about this because it's just not right. Moving to intergovernmental, there was a conversation about homeless, as Councilmember Resendez spoke about. The history of homeless in our community, our shelter became a reality for us as a team between the county and the city in about 2014, 2015 when we joined forces. We created a group at the time to get a year-round shelter built, which at the time was people felt it just wasn't going to happen and was not needed. That model ended up being followed by Monterey County as an example of something to do, to make right, and other agencies in the state that looked at our model and said, wow, how did you guys pull this together? The problem has been since that time, it hasn't worked so well as a group of agencies. It's been more in the hands of the county, and not just their fault, it's just the way things have started happening. So this group has talked about maybe creating a joint powers group where it would be 2 representatives from the city, 2 reps from the county, 2 reps from San Juan Bautista, and 1 from the county education, because there are several hundred young people in high school that are homeless and they're couch surfing. So this is a problem. And the goal is to get a larger facility and work more as a team together to make sure we're making decisions that not only benefit the county or the city, but benefit the community. Because what we're seeing now is this more encampments going further north along the river. So now they're at the point of passing Highway 156, set of tents. The goal is to create a facility that will house 100+ people, including kids in their own wing, families in their own wing, men and women in their own wings, tiny homes surrounding for those that are looking to move their life forward by getting a stable job and helping them build the savings they need to move to get their own eventual own apartment. So this was received well with intergovernmental, but it's going to be something that as a council and agencies, we have to decide that we want to do this together so we can have the impact we really need so we don't fall backwards. Because right now, we're starting to fall backwards. We all see the impact here along the freeways, and every single community in this state is being hit hard. So by moving early, moving fast, we could really make a good, positive impact on our homeless situation. So we are working on that, and we're hoping we can get the different agencies to work with us on that. And that would be my report on my committees. We will now move to informational reports from City Council. Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. So first of all, I wanted to commend Samantha Slikas for her safety fair. And Chief, I'm wondering if there might be an opportunity for us to participate or at least attend that particular meeting. I think a lot of the things that she expressed, actually, your agency has the subject matter experts and could be a great resource. So I'd ask that you at least consider that. I don't know what your capacity is, but I thought that was amazing, and that really speaks to our youth in this community. And so congratulations to her. I hope it's a successful event, and I'm sure it should be. So also wanted to ask council's consent or consensus to bring back Mr. Gomez's project 2021-147 for agendize it on a calendar, future council meeting. So I'd like to see that come forward. Also want to really encourage the city manager. I've heard you say that we're going to look at the 3CE grant. I can tell you, places I presently work, we've gone all in on electric, and we've seen some real good results as a result of that. And there's nothing better than grant money that makes us stronger. And when it comes to vehicles, there's a constant overhead, and why not lead that way? So I would like to receive a report in the relatively near future on the bird scooters to see where we're at with the revenue it's generating and any of the problems that are being created.
I will say we are very close on that one for you.
Okay. Also like to get an update where we stand on putting ceilings, roofs, covers, whatever we want to call it, on the parklets downtown. I would also like to receive a report or an update on the executive recruitment update process, where we're at for all of those positions. And I had an opportunity today and on Saturday to go out to Clower Park. It's kind of been a bane of my existence since I've been on council. I appreciate the fact that I did see the cushions or the tiles that were delivered today, and I'm cautiously optimistic that that playground will be open in the near future. And so residents of District 4 particularly, please be patient. We're almost to the finish line on that. And so for me, that's important. And finally, I would like to get a update on the American Rescue Plan. And I know that we talked about it, and it kind of got tabled during the Christmas event, Christmas council meeting. There was some preliminary discussion about awarding staff some sort of a recognition payment, and I'd like to talk about that in the near future, but I'd also like to talk about what the vision is of the city council and the city administration to spend those monies moving forward.
Yeah, we have that actually scheduled for the special meeting that we are having this Saturday.
Okay.
So that is one of the agenda items.
Okay, and I look forward to that conversation as well. So that would complete my report, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Resendez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So a couple of things. Some of this did come out of the intergovernmental, but not officially. A couple meetings ago, and I brought this up, as was spoken by Dr. Tenenbaum, the superintendent from the high school. The high schools in particular, are being heavily impacted by the amount of development. And they're realizing now that they need a new school, and there's not enough of impact fees to finance that. So I'd like for us to explore the option. Well, first of all, have him come back and give the presentation he gave at intergovernmental to the council. And then for us to move forward with exploring the option to help them I think we cannot do it ourselves, but we can help them to come up with a plan to implement CFDs so that they can then get more revenue from future building and further impacts to their school. I'm happy to say that, a couple years ago, we had said on intergovernmental, we wanted to ensure that all schools met with developers or ensured that there was some type of process moving forward. For some reason, COVID happened. We couldn't get to it. We are including that language in the GPAC, so I'm happy and I'm excited that that's what's going to happen, but I know that it's kind of happening a little bit here and there now. And then I just wanted to talk about the schools in general. So one thing that was brought up, and this is mostly from intergovernmental and my own personal experience and passion too, is schools are heavily impacted by COVID right now. It is insane. So one thing is that we need substitute teachers because of the staff shortage. And if you have a bachelor's degree, or higher, you can, there's a lot of waivers that are going on as far as fees, tests. They just really need subs. So I would encourage everybody, if you can, to sign up to be a substitute teacher. And there's a little bit more incentives as far as that goes financially too. But the one thing that I'm most concerned about, and I try to do a little bit of research, and I heard this from a school board member, not really our jurisdiction, but I think we can possibly help a little bit. Is there actual legislation to change the way schools are being funded during COVID? So the way it used to work is that they get reimbursed, it's called ADA, by the number of students in attendance every day. What's happening now, obviously, half the kids are out, and there's all these other things teachers need to do to ensure that there's funding. More work, I would say, for the teachers on the back end. I think that because of the times we're living in, and I've reached out to the Assemblyman, I haven't heard back from him, I would, and I'm assuming that there's legislation or executive order in process, but can we look into if there's actual state legislation to change the way schools are getting funded? I'm sure this is going to be problematic throughout the entire state, not just here, but that needs to change, and it needs to change in the way that it is based on the number of children enrolled, not actually in attendance that day, because what's happening is you have teachers that are teaching half the class there in person, but then they are teaching the kids that are not there virtually as well. And there's a lot of paperwork that goes with that. And we have to do that because that's how we get funded. So I'm sure this is being addressed. I tried to do some research. I couldn't find it. I'm just wondering if we can find out if something's being done on a state level, where is it at in the process? And then can we get some letters of support, or can we advocate or lobby for the state to change the way that they're paying the schools? Again, I would imagine that this is already being addressed, but I couldn't find anything on it, and I would really appreciate if we can make that our focus. It might be a little too late now, but for future waves or COVID-related absences, that's my informational report. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Morales?
Thank you. I would like to, I think this was more of a city attorney question. I'd like to be able to have council members create or submit memos for the agenda. I know there needs to be consensus, but I've noticed that when we bring an issue forward, we don't have the ability to document or create, provide the background information, any type of analysis, any impact, whether it's positive or negative in terms of city, whether it's within the city's jurisdiction to do. And so I'd like to be able to do that. It may require bringing back the ordinance that governs how we do business for city council. And if we do that, I would also like the council to consider changing the meeting time earlier. In my very brief time here, I've noticed that our meetings go really late, and our staff are in person. When we had, I know we don't have a lot of rain, but if it's really late at night, after 10 o'clock at night, and if it's raining and it's really dark and our roads are not safe, it does impact our staff and their safety. I too would also like the proposal for the electric vehicles. I would like to make sure that we maximize that opportunity, and all the grant opportunities are available. I think I mentioned that December the 20th meeting. So I'd like to report back on the status of all those grants. Also like the status report in terms of what we're doing with broadband. So that is an issue for our community, because a lot of our community members are working from home. A lot of their children are actually doing school, whether it's hybrid or just solely being homeschooled. And also it would benefit our business. I also like to see if we could do a study. It's not a traffic calming, but just an analysis of the safety on San Benito Road and where 7-Eleven is. I can't remember what that street is, but several community members have shared that area is not very safe. So if there's an opportunity to do that, and if there's consensus, I would like that to occur. And I believe that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Perez?
3CE, electric vehicles, parklet covers, ARPA funds, check, check, check. Thanks, Tim and Dolores. The one thing I'd like to say is how about a shout out to one of our locals, two of our locals actually, Linda Lampy and Patrick Lampy. They got the Martin Luther King Award, and also, I lost it. Eduardo, can't say his last name, from the Boss Prado Foundation. Both got the Martin Luther King Award. Congratulations, well deserved. So, I'd like to know have we come up with anything to replace our trees program yet? The, and Central Avenue, is that traffic calming product is done? That is complete? Okay. I'd also like to say that for me to be approving anything forward, it's like the single-family homes. It's like I'm not real happy with all those. Our residents are. We need some more affordable housing for our residents. And speaking of affordable, I'd like to bring up the pay schedule for the city council. When was the last time that it was reviewed?
1960? Is that about right?
60. Yeah, you know what? It's been a real tough for me to bring this up, but it's like I think it's an appropriate time. It's like $100 a week. You know, I know we're not supposed to spend it all in one place, but yeah. But I'd like to see what's going on with that. Higher density, definitely, and I believe that's it. Let me check one more time. Yeah, I think it'd be really good for us to really check out the electric vehicles, the EVs. I think it'd be a great start for our city. And that's it.
Thank you, sir. First, I'd like to thank Samantha for coming back out. She did an incredible job in the years prior, and you're absolutely right. Really impressive young lady, Mr. Burns, and looking forward to her coming back and doing this again, and obviously all of us helping promote that, because last time she brought Brian, what was his last name? The man that was assaulted
Holt?
at the Dodgers game?
Is it Brian Holt?
No, is it Brian?
I think so.
He was a Giants fan, went to the
Right,
Dodgers
yeah,
game, was
right.
assaulted, it was national news.
Yeah.
He came out to speak at her event. Really impressive, and it's a young lady that's really making a difference in our community, so I'm excited to hear she's back. I do want to have a couple of things I think it's time we talk about. We did talk about, or we're going to be talking about the general plan, but one of the things we need to be working on in our community is setting the standards. The state, again, as we talked about, is trying to force growth, but we can do certain things to protect us, as was mentioned about education, making sure developers are paying their fees correctly, not putting us into debt, beautifying, making sure everything is written down as a general plan before we move to discuss any projects or annex any projects, because this is how we got into trouble in the past. We need to be very clear about setbacks, homeowner associations, CFDs, bike trails, so on. We can do this right. We know what to do now. We know the games the state's playing, making sure we implement the affordable housing, which we'll talk about tonight again. Also, I want to make sure we started having this conversation about the correct parking fees in that parking structure. In the past, there was a conversation about basically giving it away as our residents need that parking. So I want to make sure we start having a conversation about the correct parking fees that should be had to maintain it correctly if people are going to be using it 24 hours a day. And lastly, I want to see if we can adjourn the meeting in memory of an old friend, Marvin Jones, very active person in the past in our community. He unfortunately passed away in a terrible accident in Arizona, and I'm hoping with the consensus from the council we can adjourn in his memory tonight. That's all I have. City manager?
Speaking of consensus, when we kind of go through, one thing, would the council want the high school to bring back and give their intergovernmental presentation to the council?
I think that's important so we
Okay.
understand the impacts that are happening.
To start looking into the CFDs for the schools?
The school would present what their ideas
Okay.
are. Media,
Oh,
we
okay,
kind of
it'd
work
be
on
all
that,
part of
yeah.
it, okay.
Mhm.
Okay. Those are these things. The pay for council, I know as part of agenda, or part of the budget, we discussed this in the past, it was kind of for it, but I think it was bad timing, but it's, there is a formula to raise council's pay if that is so desired.
I'd move to approve that.
Okay.
I don't agree. I think we're not here for any financial gain, and I'm okay with where it's at. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, we had that conversation in the past, and it's interesting that at the time there was people that were against it screaming at us, and now they're screaming at us for not doing it. And which way do you want it? It
Right.
doesn't change. You know, it's tough to get that $100 a week, as you pointed out. But at the end of the day, I can't go there with it. I think we do our part, and I don't think it would be fair to talk about that at this point. I think we have some projects to do. I think in a few more years, once we get the roads done and all these other items taken care of, then I think we could do a little bump in the future. But I think at this point, we just need to stay focused with our dollars. I know it's not very much money, but it's a principle for myself. So that would leave.
Can you, and then.
We do.
And I'm not by any way going to get rich off of this. But me, personally, I don't go to work, I don't make money.
Yeah.
I don't have sick pay, I don't have all these other things. So, a couple $100 is not that much.
Yeah, no, we hear you. We hear you. We've
Can I-
been there. We all know it.
Can I hear from Councilmember
Councilmember
Morales?
Morales. Go
I
ahead.
got tie vote here.
I would like to see if maybe staff can do a report back on what similar cities pay their council members in terms of compensation. And I just want us to have an open mind. I think we want to make sure that we recruit representatives of the community that have the heart and the special abilities to contribute to the city, and it doesn't exclude anybody. I think a few of us are in a position where either our employer allows us to take time off and we're fully compensated, even when we're away from work because of our benefits, but others are not. And I think we just have to be conscientious of that. But at the minimum, I'd like to see staff provide us to report back just to see how other cities of similar size compensate their city council. Thank you.
Perfect. And with, the last one, does council want me to look into the parking fees or correct fees for the parking garage?
I could support that. I was heavily advocating for us to change that, and I'm looking forward to reassessing it at this time.
Okay. Yeah, okay. That's an up and down yes from you.
Is that your last consensus question?
Yes.
I think Mr. Burns had an item about
Oh, sorry,
Victor Gomez, that project.
Oh, yes, sorry, the Victor Gomez one, yeah. Sorry, that was on the other page.
I would ask Mr. Burns, can we do that after we, as this other project was mentioned earlier, after we finish that general plan, so we can make sure we have all the items covered in that? Because part of the issue is going to be here with the state mandates is going to be a density issue.
Sure.
And the only way we're going to be able to, if the state forces us to go by their plan or grand scheme, it's going to be a density issue. And If we don't address that, we're gonna be in big trouble real quick because we're not gonna be able to meet our own community needs.
So, do we have an anticipated time?
Yeah, and they're gonna speak about it tonight, so I think once we do that, then we're gonna know the direction all the way around.
I'm willing to hold
Oh,
on
they-
that
thank
until
you.
I understand.
Okay, sir. Go ahead, sir.
Can we get a consensus on the homelessness committee?
I mean, through intergovernmental, we were looking at seeing what we have
Okay.
legally have to do first.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
sorry.
All right. Does that cover everything?
Yeah, and then the other ones I already have on my list to take care of, so that's why I didn't bring them up. But I'm
So, for the project that Victor, that you brought up, he did say that it complies with the general plan now, and that it's gonna comply with the general plan that's coming up.
The problem is what's happening, because what the state's saying, the only way we're gonna ever meet those numbers is through a higher density, and that's the problem. So the developers right now are gonna wanna come in and do
So-
what they can, but we're gonna be having to look at a much higher density.
So then we're gonna have to redo the whole plan again.
No, we just
Because
have
that's
to-
what I'm saying. With the plan that's in place and the plan that they're gonna be presenting, he said that it matches both of those. So you're saying that we're gonna have to change our general plan again?
We might have to, not the general plan, but the different areas, different.
Densities, yeah.
projects would be the densities. And that's one of the conversations we can have when he presents tonight. So it's important to have that conversation so we're clear on it and then we can kind of move forward on it. Okay, sir?
Well, it's already a consensus not to bring it up anyways. But
I haven't weighed in on it, but I definitely will support the mayor and Councilmember Burns' position in waiting.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councilmember Morales, I see your hand go up.
Oh, I was in support of bringing it back. So
Thank you. So we'll wait for the consensus was to go and wait for their.
Okay, so
updated
wait
general
till
plan.
after the general
Yeah.
plan update, so
We're gonna
might-
hear
maybe
quite a
like,
bit
you'll bring it
tonight.
up in February.
Right, I'm not sure that I'm prepared to want to wait until the update happens, but I want to hear what happens tonight.
Okay.
And worst case scenario, next regular scheduled council meeting, I'll bring it back. for
Perfect. Okay, that's what I was looking for.
That was my next question.
That's what I was looking for. Thank you.
Right.
Thank you, sir. Is that it?
Okay.
City
Thank-
attorney? Is that
I
it,
have
sir?
nothing more.
Did you have anything else?
Thank you. No report.
We're gonna hear it now. Chief?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just really quickly, Mr. Burns, Ms. Likas had already reached out to us, the police department. So we already have scheduled at least 2 officers to attend the safety training and be part of that. I think it's fantastic. I agree with everything you said about her. She's fantastic, and I'm glad she's doing this in our community and eager to participate. The other thing I wanted to share with the city council is, I'm sure you might be aware of, but I wanted to mention it again, is that in 2014, we had a beautiful young lady here in Hollister that was murdered senselessly by a suspect who thought nothing about his actions and shot into a moving vehicle where she was a passenger. She was not the intended victim, but you would imagine anyone shooting at another vehicle, it's not a good intention. So he promptly fled the country. And in 2018, thanks to a great part to Sergeant Bo Leland and working with the FBI, they've located him in Mexico and extradited him here to the United States. On January 14th, he was convicted of her murder. And there's a lot of people to thank, including the District Attorney Candace Hooper for her job doing this. Our detectives at the time, Stacy Esqueda, Chris Wells, Lieutenant Dan Wynn worked on that case as well. And there were so many people, and it takes so long for justice to finally take place in this. He hasn't been sentenced yet, but he's been convicted for her murder on several charges. So you notice I haven't mentioned his name because the only name I want to mention is Ariana Sendejas. It's her justice for her family, and I hope that this brings a little closure for her. But it's a lot of work by a lot of people to get to this point. So I just wanted to mention that and thank those individuals. Thank you.
Thank you for all your work on that. City Clerk.
Mr. Mayor and Council, I just wanted to remind you that in Hollister Municipal Code 2.04, when we made those changes, we did add in 2.04320, which is salary, and the salary of each member of the City Council shall be $400 per month as authorized by Government Code Section 36516. Per Government Code Section 365164, the salary of council members may be increased beyond the amount provided in the subdivision by an ordinance or by an amendment to an ordinance, but the amount of the increase shall not exceed an amount equal to 5% for each calendar year from the operative date of the last adjustment of the salary in effect when the ordinance or amendment is enacted. No ordinance shall be enacted or amended to provide automatic future increases in salary. Just so you know it's there. Yeah.
Thank you.
That's all I have to report.
That's all you have? Thank you very much. We will now move to item G3.
Thank you. We have Damon Felice, the project manager for Gatlin College, to discuss about the new campus and to answer any questions that the council may have about that project, and staff requests any direction that you may have from that presentation.
Who's in control of the PowerPoint?
Paul is. He's trying
Okay.
to get you all set up.
All right. Good evening. Thank you for having me tonight to talk about the Gav College San Benito County campus. Oh, I'm in control. Oh, okay.
It's just easier that way because you don't have to say that.
Just
Perfect.
Aim it that way.
Oh, which way?
Yeah, either way it'll work.
There we go. All right. Just a little bit about my firm. My name's Damon Felice. I'm the president owner of Felice Consulting. We were established in 2008, so we're in our 14th year in business. We've been involved with the Gav College campus since 2018. So a little bit about the delivery method of the project. You guys probably get people or projects come before you a lot, and I'm not sure on the delivery method, so I just want to talk about this. I'm sure you guys are used to what we call design, bid, build. We are using what's called the design build model on this particular one. So design build means that instead of having an architect that Gav College is in contract with and the contractor that Gav is in contract with, there's an entity that is formed, and that's called a design build entity. So that design build entity is Block Construction, QKA, and Gensler. They're the architectural firm. So we've been working with them on the design of this project. So here's our schedule. We've been working with them for just under a year, going through the design process to come to get to the point where we're at right now. Where we're at right now is so for schools submit their documents to Division of State Architects, to DSA. We don't submit them to the city or to the county. We submit them to the state for their review and approval. So those documents have been submitted to the state. And, we think it's going to be 7-8 months when we're going to get those back. But the goal is by November of this year, 2022, we will be under construction on the building itself. Now, we do have some offsite improvements that I'll talk about as we move forward. But for the building itself, that one will be starting in November of 2022. So this is a bird's eye view of where the building's going to sit. That is Ridgemark in the back part of the picture there. So that's facing kind of southwest. If you've ever driven by the site, they have the overhead power lines that go through there. So that's Gab, but that's kind of that's Ridgemark, but that's where the building's going to sit right there. This is a plan view. So Cielo Vista that you can see right there, that actually lines up with Cielo Vista on the other side. So if you were to leave Cielo Vista development, you'd go straight across right into the entrance into Gav College. Parking lot that sits there, 150 parking spots. We have talked to COG about transit going out there. Of course, we'll have ADA parking out there, EV charging stations, all those kinds of things. And then the white right there is the building. One thing I wanted to bring up to you, to the council, is we are currently designing a septic system on the site. The college at one time had an agreement with the city to tie into the city sewer through Cielo Vista on the backside of Roberts Ranch, but that is no longer the case. The city is not allowing us to tie into that anymore. So we are currently designing a septic system out there. It's not ideal, but we're not in the sphere, so we're outside of that. We're in the county, and that's really the only thing that we can do right now unless the city allows us to tie into their city infrastructure. So the building layout, it's about a 35,000 square foot building. Starting on the top left there, those are the general ed classrooms, about 1,000 square feet per classroom. There's 4 of them. We do have a operable wall in there, so they can either be 1,000 square foot individual classrooms or a 2,000 square foot larger classroom. As you move along, there's a computer classroom there, computer lab, a community room. So there's a large community room, and I have renderings of all these, so I'll kind of walk you through this, but a large community room. There's the main entrance area there. There's a food pantry. There's a cafeteria. There is what we call an LRC, a Learning Resource Center. It's, for many of us, what we used to call a library. Kids don't use stacks anymore or books anymore. They use computers. So they're called Learning Resource Center. So there's an LRC in there. And then on the bottom right of the screen, those are science labs. So there's 4 science labs with prep space in between. So the great thing about this campus is a student can either get their AA or their AS all on this campus. So they can take their both their science classes and any other general ed classes that they have to on this campus. So here's some renderings. So this is the entrance into the building. You can see all the glass that we have there, natural native plants there, outdoor seating. You can kind of see the peaked roof there. It's a metal roof, and then there's some flat roof, some flat area behind that. So that'll be the entrance into the building, into the lobby space here. Welcome desk that you can see there. One of the things that we're going to do is have a display wall to show the history of San Benito County. Up above, be able to show some artifacts or some things. I'm not necessarily sure there's going to be a boat in the middle of there, but that was the rendering that the architect put in there. In the back side here, that's the purple area there is the cafeteria. So it's just a small cafeteria. It's not food prep or anything like that. Food will be prepped outside and brought in. You can get coffee and prepared food from there. Again, you can see all the natural light that's from up above and from the walls there. This is a community room I talked about. So this is set up for a job fair. It can be used for a job fair. It can be used for board meetings. It can be used for a number of activities. And those of you, you guys all know in town, there are very, very few places to be able to have any kind of gathering. Tonight I have my CM hat on, but I'm also the president of the Hollister Little League, and we are always, even there, we look for places for signups. We don't have a place to sign up people because in our community, not everyone can go online and do that. So this is a great opportunity to be able to for the community to be able to come out here and utilize that space there. This is I spoke about this as the LRC, the Learning Resource Center. You can kind of see it'll have tables there. I should say that of course that the building is all Wi-Fi, so total wireless access throughout there. Place for students to study, so they don't necessarily have to come and take their class and then leave. They can come take a class, go to the LRC, study, and then go to their next class. So they don't have to be going to and from the campus as much. They can just go right to the LRC. Other kids or other people in the community have opportunity to go out here and use that as well. This is one of the science labs that you see here. You can see that the desks or the tables are on wheels. Infrastructure from up above. What we do in school construction now is they're very flexible. The spaces are very flexible, so that in the future, as the teaching methods change or other things change, we have flexibility in that. We're not stuck with a concrete wall somewhere where it shouldn't be. So you can see that there. A lot of flexibility built into that space right there. This is the South Terrace. I'm going to back up here real quick and talk about this right here. So does this have a pointer on it? Okay. So, kind of on the southern end or the bottom of the picture, there's that open area up a little bit, up. Anyway, there's outdoor courtyard right there, down a little bit. Anyway, this outdoor courtyard, we're right there. Here you go. So you can have events out there. From the community room, it leads out there. From the main entrance, it leads out there. From the LRC, it leads out there. So there's an opportunity for outdoor learning spaces, outdoor gathering spaces. We've talked to Reach San Benito about walking paths. You can kind of see some of the walking paths around here, making this a walkable area so people can come out here, park in the parking lot, and be able to walk on the whole site. It's the campus, at least for the Gavs campus, is 75 acres, so there's plenty of room to walk out there. It's a beautiful area to walk. So I apologize. I wanted to point out the outdoor area, and that's basically what this is here. You can see the trees that are there. We're looking at getting some oaks. We actually have an old oak on one of our properties that we're looking at donating to GAF, so they have a mature oak to be able to have out there. So anyway, so this is the outdoor southern side of the building. And then this is the final rendering here as kind of on the corner of Fairview and Airline Highway looking at the campus right here. So hopefully you guys have some questions for me.
Thank you. Any questions from council?
Mayor,
Burns?
thank you. Just a couple. I mean, it looks really nice. I'll say that, and way overdue in my opinion. But can you talk a little bit about security of the property, security for the students, and then I'd like to know about the projected traffic impacts. And finally, maybe if I presume it's all gone through some level of CEQA to ensure that there aren't protected species or plants or...
Absolutely. I can start with that, and then I kind of want to get a little bit more clarification on your security question. But yes, absolutely. It's gone through CEQA. We have a CEQA consultant on site or on board who's reviewed all that. We had to get a take permit to have a mitigation area to deal with that. So absolutely, the college has gone through all that. With regards to security, I'm a little confused about the question. You mean, is the college going to have security on site, or
Yeah.
I don't know. That's not a question that me as a project manager for the construction can answer. I can tell you that one of the things that we're doing is we're doing keyless entry. And with keyless, you can, with one swipe of a fob, you can lock down the whole campus. So if there's a reason that the whole building has to be locked down, with a swipe of the fob, the whole campus can be locked down. You can isolate rooms, you can unlock and lock doors remotely. So as far as that aspect of it, that is going to be in the building. But with regards to security on site, I don't know. That's more of an operational item that the college would have to answer.
Fair enough. I just can't imagine that there won't be an increased need for city resources, whether
it's actually in the county, so I guess it would be the sheriff's department that would be dealing with that.
No, I get that, but it could easily fall off into the city, and there's also the mutual aid aspect because of limited resources. So I'm not naive enough to think that there won't be a true cost to the city for the campus, but I also am not naive enough not to recognize there won't be a benefit. And so I see that. How about traffic and the complications from this going to what is currently a vacant lot or lots, parcels?
Well, there will certainly be increased traffic on Fairview Road going either north or southbound on Fairview Road. I don't know those traffic counts off the top of my head, so I don't know what those are. We certainly went through a CEQA process to mitigate those. It does right now. It is not triggering any kind of a signalized intersection there. So it's just going to be just a two-way stop actually on both sides of Cielo Vista, if you will, on Gav's side and on the other side. But Fairview Road, there's nothing planned in Fairview Road. I don't know what those numbers are, but there are certainly going to be some increases. There's been conversations about making it bike friendly or walking friendly. It makes it difficult because Fairview, the sidewalk ends now with the west of Fairview development. So getting into Cielo Vista, there really is no sidewalk out there. I think people can ride their bikes out there. I personally wouldn't want to try and cross Fairview, but that's just me. That's a crazy racetrack. So as far as that goes, but we have talked to COG. We are going to have transit out there. So there will be a bus to go out there to help hopefully eliminate some of that, or those who don't have vehicles that they can take the transit out there.
Thanks. I guess that's all my questions for
Okay.
now.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from council?
Yeah, I was thinking about the traffic study also, but it's like, because around Cielo Vista, there's all those houses that are coming in anyways, so any traffic study that's been done now or in the next year is not going to really give you true numbers.
Well, they take all those into account. They
do
take
they?
those numbers into account when they did the CEQA. So yeah, I mean, as far as the traffic coming in and out of Gav, because that's what is affected by Gavilan College's CEQA process. They base it off of square footage. They base it off of student counts. Those types of things. So all those things were taken into account.
Oh, cool. Thank you.
Councilmember Resendez?
Thank you. Just piggybacking off what the council members asked, and I guess maybe our city staff might have more information on this. I remember before I was on council, there was a project out there that said it was going to be heavily impacted. In fact, they had to bring that project back here for special consideration. Maybe Abraham, is he still here or not? And I think it was Roberts Ranch. It might have been the other Cielo Vista, I don't know. But maybe you guys could speak to that. What are the implications of traffic? Have there been problems out there? Have there been concerns in certain traffic studies? Just to get a little bit more information, insight on that. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll get to you in a second. Councilmember Morales?
Thank you. Just so that I'm clear, are there any specific asks that you're looking for, looking from us in terms of direction? And then if there are, can you talk about like the pros and the cons of whatever the ask is?
Not necessarily an ask. I'm really here. This is more informational. Maybe it's long overdue. I know I presented to Intergovernmental in December, and maybe I should have come before to it doesn't really. It's in the county, but I heard someone mention the county and the city are working together. We're all. In my opinion, we're all one. So certainly, maybe it's long overdue that I would be here. The one thing I would say is certainly the sewer issue. In the short term, the septic system will certainly work for Gav College for phase one for that first building, but long term, that's certainly not. I don't think anyone wants a septic system. It's not ideal for the aquifer, for the environment. It's not something that people want. People don't want to put septic in. So certainly for us to be able to go through Roberts Ranch, or through Cielo Vista to Roberts Ranch would be if there's an ask, that's certainly what we are certainly looking for. Because it would be best for the long-term build-out of Gavilan College and that campus. So yes, that would be our ask if there is one. But other than that, it's really more informational.
So, is she done? Are you done, Dolores?
Did you talk about the pros and? Well, you talked a little bit about the pros and the cons in terms of the benefits. So I guess I am done. Thank you.
So my questions are towards the septic. So, from my understanding, there's houses that are going to go next to this.
There are. So Gavilan's property at Cielo Vista is split. Gavilan College to the south, Dividend to the north, and then Bill Lee has a development on north of that. What's that? Old Ranch Road. Yeah.
Okay. So we're not just talking Gavilan hooking up to our sewer system. We're talking about everybody down the street.
The potential of everyone. Certainly, as they pull permits and start to build houses, then yes, they would certainly want to come to the city and request to tie into city sewer. Absolutely. I'm not here to speak on behalf of the developers. I'm here just to talk about Gav. So as far as Gav goes in that 35,000 square foot phase one project, absolutely, it would be ideal. We'd like to tell Ann Hall to stop the design on the septic system and have RJA resubmit the plans to the city and the city review them and say we can move forward. That would be ideal for Gavilan College.
Thank you. Councilmember Burns?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to hear what our chief's thoughts are, please.
In particular, I know this is in the county, and you mentioned it's the sheriff's jurisdiction, but in these plans, it doesn't show, and I'm sure there is, some kind of fencing around the whole facility, not a fancy fence, something that stop people who are not students, who are not supposed to be there, to be able to approach in every direction. And that would be, during the planning stages, it would be good to have. And there are things that you can do, and I think that reaching out to the sheriff in regards to architecture for security. A lot of schools have a centralized location at the entrance that people who are not students are supposed to check in. And I know this isn't a high school and it is an elementary school. You don't have to deal with the parents and all that stuff. But just thinking ahead as far as safety, this is a big target. There's going to be a lot of people there. And there's things that you can do that'll make it easier for law enforcement, for the sheriff, to move in, identify people who are not supposed to be there, and get them off your campus relatively quickly. And that involves possibly some kind of structure or fencing and signage that says, this is the way you come into our campus, not through this open field or any other direction.
Yeah, the plan is not to put fencing. It's actually offset off of Fairview quite a bit, and certainly from Airline Highway. It's really far up there. So that's not the plan. It does. It's a little different because you're right. It is a college. It's not a high school. It's not an elementary school where they come to the front office and they lock down the whole campus during the day. It's not. And again, that becomes a management issue for Gavilan College. So I don't want to speak on their behalf, but I can certainly say that the plan is not to put any kind of fencing around the site right now.
Yeah, I understand that. And fencing could get very, very expensive
Absolutely.
really quickly. And I'm not talking, I mean, there's very common fencing around the rural areas that are just, all you need is a barrier.
And right
Just
now
a small barrier.
there's barbed wire fence, or there's barbed wire, old ranch fencing that still runs along Fairview and along Airline. And then on the opposite side, there's a gate over there and some fencing over there as well. So there is currently a separation between the two. You can't right now. You technically could get onto the campus, but you'd probably ruin your vehicles because you'd go through an old ranch fence. Yeah.
Yeah, and it could be done with that bar fencing as long as it's not, if it goes down, to put it back up and there's signage that'll encourage people. It gives the sheriff and the deputies obvious barrier that a person has gone through, and then they can remove them for trespassing or anything like that. But I hope that the sheriff is working with you in these initial plans, because there are things that could be implemented at this point that make it easier down the road.
And I can get a hold of Sheriff Taylor and have a conversation with him. I have not. I appreciate that. We'll reach out to him.
Yeah, that would be great.
I mean, I can tell you that part of the work, it's not just the 35,000 square foot building. We also have offsite improvements. We're widening Fairview Road. So when we widen Fairview, that fencing that's there is going to go away. We'll make sure that new fencing goes up, and because we have to underground, and then we have to underground the PG&E lines that are there now. So certainly we'll do that. But I'll reach out and I can reach out to you as well if you don't mind. I mean, I'd be happy to bring the plans to you and sit down with someone in your office.
Yeah, that would be great.
Okay.
We'll be eager to help out any way we
All right,
can.
absolutely.
And not to emphasize the safety, not spending money. Just emphasize
Absolutely.
whatever we can.
And what I'll do is I'll have the Brad Fannin from Block Construction, who's their project manager, come with me, and we can sit down and talk with you, and we'll talk to Sheriff Taylor as well. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
One last comment. So I think it's I like the project. What my big concern is all the single family homes that are going to come with it. For that development.
Not
I
with
know
Gav.
that's not you
Not
guys.
with Gav. Okay.
Yeah, no, but so I'm not killing the messenger. I'm not shooting the messenger, but that's my main concern. Me personally, I support this, but it's everything else that's going to come along with it that makes me nervous.
Understood.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm just wondering, what do we mean by the single-family homes that are coming along with it?
No, there's the Dividend project to the north, and then Bill Lee's project to the north as well. Those are in proximity to Gav, but those are not part of the Gavilan College project.
So they're in the county.
They're in the
currently,
county,
right?
They're in the county.
Least.
Yes, they're in the county. They're not in the city.
So they can septic.
And they're not even in the sphere. They're outside of the sphere.
And are we in the process of moving forward with that? I don't know if I'm getting into.
I can't speak to they're both here. So if you guys have questions for them specifically, I'm sure they can answer. I can't speak for.
I'd like to hear a little bit more about where we're at with. If it comes to residential development, I think we're very interested in hearing about where we're at with that process.
Okay.
Thank you.
I do have a couple comments, questions. Do you know about a letter that was agreed upon between Gavilan and the home builders about providing sewer service so then they could hook up through the Gavilan service? Are you aware of that letter?
I'm aware of a letter from the city to us. Yes.
Are you aware of a letter from the developers to Gavilan, a joint kind of, we get sewer?
We have a
and you
partner.
can-
There is a partner agreement in place with Dividend Homes to help with the cost sharing of what we would call the offsite improvements. So not the building
to get
improvement.
the
Yes.
sewer line over there. for
Yes.
us. Thank you. Let me ask, you talked about 8 classrooms, I think you said 8?
Well, there's 8 classrooms. The community room can be used as a classroom. There's 2 computer classrooms that can be used as well. So a total of 10 classrooms.
And how much? 50 million?
52 million for the building, yes.
52 million, okay.
For what we call the on-site improvements, so that would be the parking, that would be all the infrastructure for the building. That does not include what we would define as the off-site. So the entrance road, all the work on Fairview, all of that.
That's 52, is it?
59 and a half total.
60 million, call it 60 million.
But that, again, I want to, things get lost in translation when we start to talk about numbers. So I just want to be clear what's on-site and what's off-site.
Right.
So to say it's a 60 million, $59.5 million project, yes, but that's not the building and that's not what we define as the on-site.
To make it happen, it's going to be 60 million?
Yes.
Okay. So it's easier. And we know in government talk, 60 million becomes 70 pretty quick, but we'll stay at 60 million just for this conversation.
It's going to be at 60 million.
Have you had a chance to look at the business building at Cal State Monterey building, the newer building they built? They built several buildings over there.
Mm-hmm.
Have you had a chance to look at that?
I've been on the campus. I don't know what building in particular you're speaking of.
Okay. Lucky enough to have been a student at Gavilan and a student at Cal State Monterey Bay. They built this very incredibly beautiful building there. I think it's about 40 to 50,000 square feet. I believe it had upwards of 20 classrooms. It had a theater, lobby, and all these different things. Really a beautiful project for about the same amount of money. Of course, infrastructure is there, so you save money. I would highly recommend you take a tour of that building.
Which building is it? Do you know?
It's the new business building.
Okay.
Right next to the library there. It's another beautiful building. When I was there, it was just old barracks, okay? But it turned out really beautiful. I happened to be there because my professor is now the dean who invited me to the ribbon cutting. But very impressive building. And it brings me to this conversation of Tony Ruiz. Do you remember Tony Ruiz?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. You know he was a professor at Gavilan College.
Mm-hmm.
Tony Ruiz's dream was this campus like I'm talking about, but right in the downtown area so that Gavilan College could be there, the high school could use it, share government uses for this to bring the cost down or at least get more out of this. Unfortunately, that dream didn't come through and it became more about building it out there, which is costing more for this facility, which leads to other issues. I know it might be late. I'm just giving you my view of this, that for the community, the win would be something in the downtown where the high school kids could go take college courses, go to on their bikes. The community could use the courses. CSUMB could use the building. And you could probably do it for a little more than the 60, maybe 70, but you have all these shared resources to get a beautiful facility built with more classrooms. I have an issue with building a $60 million building. I know the future is to build courses and a track and all that, but God, we have this state-of-the-art facility here at the high school. And again, shared resources can go a long way. I'm just disappointed that we're spending so much money for a few classrooms. And I was a graduate at Gavilan, loved Gavilan, all my time there. I just hope Galvin can step back, look at this in a bigger picture with the community. I'm fearful of the issues of security because I think at the end of the day, I understand you don't want a fence, but in today's world, there's got to be some more security measures. I love hearing what you said about you hit the button, everything locks down. But in today's world, we got to take that into consideration early because unfortunately, if we do it later, it's too late. So I think that's a conversation that really should be had because law enforcement's going to want to make sure they're minimizing any potential issues happening. So those are just my 2 cents. I don't like I think the conversation to be had that part of this, not the college, but hundreds of homes want to be built around this college based on that sewer. I think that needs to be upfront and clear to the residents because I don't think many residents will be very excited about hearing that, not to mention the traffic, as you mentioned. Crossing Fairview, it's a death wish right now. And a lot of things need to be done before that's cleaned up to make that thing safe. So those are my comments. Thank you. Councilmember Sendes?
Thank you. I've got a question for the city attorney. If a developer, let's say this developer and his wife were to contribute, I don't know, let's say $500 to my campaign, is that a potential conflict of interest? And if so, and if it's not, should I disclose that to the public? What would your advice be on that, sir?
Well, Councilmember Resendez, I would say that the advice on that is probably something that would be more appropriate for a private conversation between us. I realize you're throwing a hypothetical out there and not necessarily something that actually did or did not happen, but we could discuss the specifics at another time.
It is purely hypothetical. I did not take $500 from developer. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Is that it? Do we have any public comment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor? Jeannie Wallace?
Yes, thank you very much. So I am a trustee on the Gavilan board representing downtown Hollister. So thank you for hearing from Mr. Felice this evening and looking at our presentation and for your interest in the new campus. I will address the wish that the campus were downtown. The land was purchased long before I ever got on the board out there after Measure E was passed a decade ago. This is long down the road from deciding where the campus is going to be, I'm afraid, and for decisions that happened long before I got on the board. But I do want to say that it's exciting. I'm thinking that probably some of you haven't been to the public meetings about the campus development. But there's a lot of work that's been done, environmental impact reports and other work that's been done, and the drawings are off to the state architect's office. It's really exciting, and it's going to be a great facility for people. And I agree it would be wonderful if it could be downtown, but that's not going to happen. But the mention of a shuttle is important, that we have public transportation, because not all of our residents have cars, and we don't want to be adding that many cars onto the streets, as was the concern for traffic. Personally, I would also like to see a bike lane out there for people who want to ride their bikes, and crosswalks. It's good for the health of our community. I know that we have an interest in increasing biking and walking in our community anyway, and I think there's opportunity for collaboration to do that and to make it safe for folks. I also want to point out that the housing that's planned out there, or that developers are interested in putting in, that's totally separate from Gavilan College. It's not something the college is bringing or that will come with or without us. I just want to thank you, though, for taking an interest and encourage you to reach out to us. And I would say that our ask is approval for a sewer hookup. That's the big thing at this point. But for me personally, I also am hoping that we'll see some collaboration in terms of getting our population out there. What it will do is reduce traffic from Gavilan up Highway 25. From Hollister up Highway 25 to the Gilroy campus, as many of our students here in Hollister won't have to make that drive once we're able to open this campus. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Martin M.J. Frankel?
Hi, Council. My name is MJ Frankel, a representative from Fairview Corners LLC, who owns the approximately 60 acres off Fairview Road, across from Cielo Vista and adjacent to the proposed Gavilan campus site. As this time, we have county approvals, including a tentative map, a specific plan, and a development agreement for 189 homes, and we're currently processing the final map for the first phase of our project. In 2008, Fairview Corners sold Gavilan the land currently being processed for use as the college campus being discussed tonight. When Gavilan purchased the approximately 70-acre site from Fairview in 2008, the parties entered into a joint processing agreement to jointly fund, prepare, process land use planning and development studies and entitlement applications, and realizing the substantial expenses needed to improve the respective properties, that we would share the cost of infrastructure and bringing utilities, including the sewer, to the site, and construct a shared main entry road, extending the Cielo Vista Road into the joint projects. To that end, over the last 13 years, the projects have worked together to collaborate and design complementary development plans for the adjoining projects, and to create a master plan for the development of infrastructure and site features to mutually benefit Fairview's proposed residential development and Gavilan's proposed college campus. The parties jointly funded an EIR in 2008 to analyze the environmental impacts of the joint projects, and the EIR, assuming that the project would cooperate to construct the shared improvement infrastructure and environmental mitigations. Based on the environmental mitigation of the EIR, the projects have funded approximately $2 million in habitat relocation costs. With the history covered, we come to where we are now. Currently, both parties are proceeding to obtain final approvals to allow for the start of construction in 2022. And jointly contracted with the same engineer to process our joint improvement plans. Prior to Gavilan's septic design, the projects understood that Sunny Slope was the primary provider of county sewer service, and that Sunny Slope had requested the city to provide service on its behalf, based on their joint agency agreement. In the past 2 years, the City of Hollister Public Works was reviewing our sewer improvement plan to hook the regional facility, and as far as we knew, we were substantially approved until recently, when the city indicated a desire to have the projects obtain city and LAFCO approval as a condition of the city's provision of sewer service to the projects. In order to cooperate with the city, we intend to apply to the city and LAFCO for sewer service by means of an extension to the city's sphere of influence, as we feel like this would be a better means of development than going through Sunny Slope to the south. Fairview respectfully requests the city help to expedite this service so the sphere of influence extension can be accomplished as soon as possible, so that the Gavilan project and Fairview Corners may proceed timely. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to respond with any questions.
Thank you, sir. Is there any, well, we'll ask questions later.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Valerie Eglin.
Yes, thank you. I'm only chiming in as Reach San Benito Parks Foundation. We did have conversation with Damian Felice in the prospect of having or developing a good walking paths for students and residents in the area. And the campus seems to be developing into a lovely space that before there's any need for it to expand on that property, that it will be have very well established paths for recreational purposes. So that was my only comment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bill Lee.
To answer Mr. Resenda's question about what is proposed on my project, I'm adjacent to Dividend. So you have Gavilan, you have Dividend and mine. And the secondary access goes through, from Gavilan, through Dividend, through mine, and down Old Ranch Road. That's how secondary access is achieved. I proposed lots that to the city, or to the county rather, about a year and a half ago that are affordable, where our native sons and daughters can live, not big monster mansions. Besides the usual 15% affordable on site, We're also building ADUs on site that are not being counted as part of the affordable. And we're also building reasonable and moderate size homes. The goal is to not lose our kids to move out of state or to move to Fresno. The goal is to not build 3,000 square foot monster mansions on our project. We are building a park on site. We are building bike lanes on site. And we are also building a crossing across Fairview Road, a flashing beacon crosswalk, so that residents from ours, which is also from theirs, and from Gavilan can all interconnect and safely get across Fairview into the Roberts Ranch neighborhood, which then takes to the Whale Park and so forth. Before I spent my life's savings working on this project, we received, as well as these other two projects, a letter from the city of Hollister that said that they accepted the sewer effluent as long as it was properly engineered. When Roberts Ranch was built and went through final map approval, they were required to upsize their pipes to accept the effluent from Gavilan College, from Dividend Homes, and from my personal project. We are not in the sphere of influence. It is a county project. And so the sewer plant, our understanding was when it was built, it was intended to be a regional plant. It is operated and controlled by the city at this point. So for any of us to connect to the city plant, we do need your cooperation, which we thought that we had before we started investing all this money in this project. If you have any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer now or later, but to explain what the project's all about, hopefully I've successfully done that. Thank you.
You didn't, real quick, you didn't mention how many homes.
Oh, I'm sorry. In my case, it's 141. It's being built on about 28 to 30 acres of a 40-acre site. The rest is being left undeveloped and as just raw grassland.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have any other speakers?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Elias Salinas?
Thank you. Good evening, City Council and Mayor Velasquez. So, and I appreciate the mayor's wanting to have had the Gavilan campus within the city or close to downtown. And it would have been great had he participated back in 2006 when the decisions were being made so that he could have had an influence on trying to get it downtown. But unfortunately, the money has already been spent. And if money is not allocated and used up soon, which is why they decided to go with a septic system, we're going to lose it. San Benito County taxpayers on both measures are going to lose out, other than owning that land. Now, I spoke to the Sunny Slope Water District Board, and the issue was brought up about septic. I've spoke to other people who are in the know with regards to what's going on with septic systems. I do not understand how Gavilan has gotten any approval from the county to do a septic system, because it's my understanding that the state of California no longer allows a septic system. Now, the Gavilan approved, I think it was $40,000 or somewhere around there, just to get the design going. To me, that's a waste of money for a septic system that cannot happen, because apparently the state of California would not allow it. What must happen so that the entire taxpayers can get the benefit of the money that has been going to Santa Clara County, we need the money to stay here. And each one of you council members and mayor must go look at the history and look at the facts. And the right decision to be made should be that you approve Gavilan College to get hooked up to the city sewer system. That is the only way the taxpayers' money can stay in San Benito County. If the money that's been allocated, again, is not used up, it's going to go away and it won't come back. So please go look and talk to individuals about what can and cannot be done. And it's entirely up to you, the city council, to please allow Gavilan College to somehow hook up to the city sewer system. Otherwise, we all lose, and it's on your watch. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have no more speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any questions, comments from council? I guess a couple of comments I have. First off, I did participate in those discussions, and I supported Mr. Ruiz fully on his vision because I thought it was a great plan. Unfortunately, it's changed. We heard tonight several hundred homes are being planned if there's sewer access to it. It was part of the original agreement with the college. And that's unfortunate because standalone, not my favorite place, but I could see a campus work there. I can't see a campus when there's hundreds of new homes being built around that facility. There is a major issue as we have now, and we all know Fairview is rightly expressed, it's a death trap, and it's going to be quite a while before that is improved to the right standard. So it's unfortunate that we have conversations about we have to do something or else. Now we have to plan wisely, and I wish you luck on this to do it as a standalone. But the issue of providing sewer service for hundreds of additional homes just sets us way back, and I can't support something like that. Thank you. Any other questions, comments, council? Thank you very much for your.
Thank you guys. You know, my email, my cell phone is on that. Reach out to me if you have questions, if you want to see the site, if you want me to bring you out there, I'd be more than happy to show it to you all. You know, my tax dollars go to this building as well. It's a building that I, as a taxpayer, is going to be very proud of. I know I'm part of the project, but we should all be really proud of this building. I think you guys all will. I know that you guys are a little sour right now about it, but I think you guys will, in the end, be happy about this project.
I think probably you have a bunch of supporters of the Gavilan campus. That's what you have. You have people that support the Gavilan campus. It's the other issues that I think I'm concerned
Well, and
about.
that's all I'm here to
Yeah,
represent,
I know you are.
and Gav
I
is only
appreciate-
looking for Gav sewer, so that's all I'm here for. Yeah.
I
So-
appreciate your comments.
All right.
We passed 10 o'clock, so I need
Thank you.
consensus from the council to continue the meeting. Sorry. Or we can come back tomorrow to finish it up. There's a consensus to continue? All right, thank you. We'll move now to item G4.
Thank you. Good evening. Eva Kelly, Senior Planner. Item G4, if you'll recall, on December 20th, 2021, at the regular City Council meeting, the City Council adopted a resolution which authorized the Development Service Department to work with Kimley Horn to work on a San Felipe Road precise line and beautification study. And so staff, in the past month or so, we've been working with Kimley Horn staff, and we've come up with a conceptual road cross-section for San Felipe Road, and we'd like to bring that concept to the council for your direction before we proceed with the actual precise line work. So this would be the goal concept for the road, and it would vary in some cases based on the current infrastructure, but this would be the goal concept. So I do have Frederick Venter from Kimley Horn to present the draft.
Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Venter.
Hey, good evening. Yeah, good evening. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can, sir. Thank you.
Great. Okay, so I'm sharing my screen. Good evening, everyone. It's just a couple of slides. So this plan line study runs in the south from Highway 25 up to Highway 156 in the north. It covers the entire section of San Felipe Road through the industrial area. This graphic also illustrates some of the intersections that we're looking at and some of the potential control measures. So Highway 25 and San Felipe Road is identified to have signal control. I think we're thinking about a signal here at Wright, or keeping the existing signal at Wright and McCloskey. I know we got a comment letter from the COG about potentially putting a roundabout here, and that's still an option. A roundabout's already being planned at Flynn Road, and Flynn's also going to have an extension over to Fairview. And then options here at Fallon Road for the either keeping the existing signal and also the roundabout. And then, of course, we have Airport Drive also with the option. And I think for the Clearest Park, we have a roundabout planned at the Burt Road extension and the main road going into Clearest Park. And then there's also a northerly access that will probably serve development on the east side and also development on the west side with a roundabout as well. And then on options for control here at Highway 156. The purpose of a precise plan line is really to establish the right-of-way needs for the long term and also determine what the intersections will look like so that we can estimate turn lanes. And that's where we most probably need more right-of-way. The second aspect of a precise plan line is to look at the cross-section. And very important for the cross-section is, what modes of transport do we want to accommodate on the cross-section and what's it going to look like? And that's where we focus a little bit on the beautification. I'm going to go one slide down. So this slide shows at the top the existing San Felipe Road. Starting on the left-hand side here, you can see there's a pretty wide planting strip, 22 feet. Then you have 8-foot shoulder and 12-foot travel lanes, a really nice wide median, and then the same configuration on the other side. The planting strip or the shoulder area to the right away on the right-hand side here is also nice and wide. So this image is you could look at, I'm standing on 25 and I'm looking north along San Felipe Road. The typical cross-section that we're recommending is what we're showing here at the bottom image. And you can see that so we want to keep the median and we want to keep the lanes so we don't do a bunch of construction that's not needed. The emphasis with the lanes will be to keep the travel lanes, narrow the shoulder, and then provide a nice wide medium buffer, where we can plant trees. That's why we go for the 7 feet, and then provide trail. And there's a trail on either side of the road. We had a discussion about should we keep sidewalk on one side and the trail on the other side. But if one looks at the future and the pace of applications that are coming in, and we don't want people to cross the road unnecessarily, especially people walking or cycling from the city proper to their jobs and to the services that are being offered along the San Felipe Road and also the county buildings. We opted for, and since we had all the roadway space, we opted for constructing a 10-foot multi-use trail on either side of the road, and that's what we're recommending. The cross-section, what San Felipe will look like then here includes then, so you can see in here, the cross-section that will have where the roads will be with the travel lane in each direction. We can use the median to make left turns, to accommodate those left turn pockets, and there will still be some striping or strip available for if we need a second turn lane. What happens then on the edges up to the right-of-way line is where we will then install the trees and also the trail on either side of the facility. This is a section that's being shown including the frontage road. So there's quite a bit of frontage road, especially on the east side. It's called San Felipe Frontage Road. And we do have, that's where some of the fence line gets a little closer every once in a while. And that's where we might meander the road as well around facilities, but we will maintain the mixed use trail, where we are pinched down between the fence line, of that and of the frontage road and actually the curb for San Felipe Road. We may, in a couple of locations, have to forfeit landscaping, but we will maintain the mixed use trail. Part of the beautification of this is to provide amenities along this trail and along the roadway that will make it, number one, safer for all the users, and also number two is really embellish an approach towards encouraging bicycle and pedestrian use. I think as we see intense uses and industrial uses develop along San Felipe, COG indicated that they may be interested in extending a bus service, so we could facilitate bus stop treatments along the road. We do have the width on the side of it. People can take a walk with their dog along the trail. You saw on the cross sections that we showed trees with canopies, so it's going to be nice and comfortable to walk. We can have bike repair stations. We will definitely look at pedestrian lighting, at a pedestrian level lighting, and also street lighting itself. And then along the trail, there will be the opportunity for interpretive signage or spaces where people can sit down, relax, and get maybe some history about the airport or history about the area as well. So we're going to come back to you with a more precise layout of the elements and where we could do the beautification. But for tonight, the intent is to show you the beautification and amenities, and specifically just the cross-section, the general cross-section, and that's the end of the presentation. Questions?
Questions from council? Councilmember Burns?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. I truly appreciate it. Just a couple of questions. What's the current posted speed limit on that roadway?
I believe it's 45. I haven't got that right in front of me. I believe it's 45 miles an hour.
Okay. I have some concerns about trying to protect bicyclists and pedestrians, and I guess that is an appropriate speed for that road based on its design, but I have some concerns because it certainly has the potential to be a runway for vehicles or a speedway. I'm also concerned about the cost of maintenance on the trails. Do we have a sense for, in your experience, what it will cost annually to maintain what you're proposing to do there?
So the trail costs are about the same as the roadways, and actually we don't have the damage from the trucks. So the cost per square foot is going to be very close to what the roadways are. If you think about it, remember we're also reducing the cross section of the road here for maintenance, and we're giving some of that back to the trail. If the trails are well designed, they have a proper shoulder and you have proper runoff, which is the standards that we'll use in the design. I don't think, and it's not going to be DG that has a higher, this is not going to be a rural type trail. This is going to be a paved trail, probably with permeable paving. The cost will be about the same as the road, and those costs and overlays that you need to do extend. Probably after 8 to 10 years is the first time we need to do some overlay on it. They're going to need some striping. We may have the option of putting a center line on the trails as well, just to separate each direction of travel.
I'm also curious if there's a way to put some sort of a barrier that prevents or helps protect the bicyclists and the pedestrians as they're using those trails. That not, it may only be visual, but I'm actually thinking something more structurally that would, that would be aesthetically pleasing. I'm not looking for guardrail, but for me, I'd like to see that factored into the formula. And I know that you also spoke a bit about lighting. And for me, again, I think lighting is a critical element, and I don't know how the lighting restrictions out there would be, or lighting would be impacted by the fact that there's an airport as well. But I would, for all about safety, I think that there could be some benefit to really enhance the lighting out there as opposed to a minimal amount of lighting. And so I know that road I tend to drive it Monday nights after I leave council meetings, and I've had a couple close encounters of the animal type, and so for me the lighting, I would really like to see us focus on that lighting and put that into the project as well. Thank you, sir. I appreciate your presentation. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Is there any questions, comments from council members? You did. I have the exact same comments as Mr. Burns and Vice Mayor Perez. Making sure that the pedestrian pathway is protected. People do get a little quick on that highway. I think it was 45. I drive it quite a bit too.
I believe it is 55.
55?
That whole stretch,
Even more
starting
so.
north of Highway 25.
55, okay. Well, it was the state highway, so that would make sense. Okay. But maybe, let's definitely look into how we can make that a little more secure, because there are accidents that happen out there, and we want to make sure when it does happen, it doesn't take out a pedestrian. But I do love your concepts. We're getting there. I think the lighting is an important part. Maybe we could look at the solar lighting for these ones. That might help save some money and actually be nice and be attractive with it. So I'm excited. I'm looking forward to seeing more. I don't know how the rest of the council feels. Low maintenance. And Councilor Morales, we can't see your hand or anything else. I don't know if you had any comments.
No, I think this was really straightforward and to the point. Thank you.
So we're looking forward.
The part about this is the center of the San Felipe Road is actually has a big dip in it. So this is all like flat ground here, and so I mean, are they thinking of filling all that in?
I guess they would work with that. Frederick, I guess it's too early to have that conversation yet about what are you doing in the center part of this? Is this fill, or just we're going with what's there already, that kind of like a retention area?
Oh, too early.
Yeah. So we definitely want to go with detention areas, bioswales. This is going to be a complete, what I would call a green design in terms of water treatment. Don't create the runoff. Right now we're thinking curb on the inside. So curb from the lane currently is just edge of pavement, and it runs into some bioswale. But in the design process, we will review and see if we have adequate width in this little shoulder bit where the trees are to have drainage. If not, then we'll probably use the median also for drainage. But there will be some road of that to happen. But correct, those are design questions. But great questions.
Yeah, and as we get to the landscape, we can talk about that later as you move along, because we want to make sure if there's trees there, they're high enough so you can see the opposing traffic and all those good things. So thank you again for your presentation.
You're welcome.
If I might just add one thing to address one of your comments, Councilmember Burns, about the maintenance. It wouldn't necessarily apply to the whole road if the city did some of the projects, but for development in our commercial and industrial, we are annexing into CFD4. So projects improving their frontage would contribute to maintenance in CFD4.
Absolutely. Do we have any speaker cards?
May I speak?
Yes, you may.
Paul Da Silva, IT Director for the city. Frederick and Eva, I just want to be sure that that some of the utilities that were underground in that area were taken into account, because I know we have fiber going all the way down San Felipe, so I want to make sure they're talking about planting trees and tearing up like the ditch area, that that's known.
So that's a great comment as well. So we're currently in the process of two things that are happening first, right? We're developing traffic volumes for the future to determine what the intersections are going to look like. The other element that's happening currently is our topographic survey. And as part of that, we also determine where the underground utilities are. And that's when the design starts, and we will plan around those. The cross-section that we show here is typical, right? But what's going to happen the moment we pick up a line or something that's in the way, we can always meander the bike lane. That's what's so nice about trails along, and we have the width to do it as well. The intent is that it is as far away from the travel lanes as possible, but if we have physical constraints, we have that option to meander the trail around those physical constraints.
I just want to be sure that the utilities aren't pulled out of the ground during the process.
Yeah, that's sad. Well, right now, the intent is not to do that. Definitely not undergrounding, and the utilities can run under the trails, right? That's not a problem. That's very common.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any other speaker cards?
Robin Lucas.
Welcome back, Ms. Lucas.
Yes, this is actually Brian Lucas, Robin's husband.
Oh, hello, Brian. Tricked
Hi.
us.
Yeah, I'm Brian Lucas from a local bike shop.
Say its name.
So,
He's got you there, Brian.
yeah, I did say the Brian Lucas.
Go
Thank
ahead and
you.
say the name of the
Sorry.
bike shop, just so we know.
They got me all flustered now. Sorry. I think that the path is very needed. I think it's a very useful place to be have a bike path there because it's not a bike path to nowhere. This is going to be going to industrial park. There's a lot of people who's going to be traveling on that area, as well as that Amazon Center over there. There's a lot of people could use there for commuting on their bicycle. So it's unlike some of the other stuff. So anyway, couple of things. It's going to be windy. That road's going to be windy, so I wonder if there's any way to block some of the wind. And another thing I saw is fence line. I don't really like the fence line, like a chain link fence. Those things tend to collect trash. The wind blows, and so it doesn't look very good after a while. So, and then, the bike path like is very useful, as well as, bike path going to the school. Those are probably the biggest bang for a buck. So I'm totally for that, and thanks for have that on agenda. I'd like to know when it's going to be finished. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Off the Chain.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
They know who he is. They know who he is.
Yes, we know who you guys are.
Valerie Eglin?
Valerie, you're...
Right. Well, it took a minute to find the unmute. Yes, I want to reiterate what Brian has said, and Robin as well in earlier comments. Kindly Horn has been extremely good with their design efforts all over the state. So looking at this profile, I can see the concerns that someone had about some kind of a barrier between the cars and the cyclists or the walkers. But I believe that they have that already designed in. That's a considerable amount of space there, but they've got the trees. The lighting is very useful. If you drive toward Monterey, you see along the bike path there some really nice lighting, and if you drive in the evening, it really makes a big difference. And as Brian said, that commute possibility, which I believe is so warranted and is part of the if you're looking for grants, it's something that the state and the federal government both want, is that alternative transportation and the possibility for expanding not just the multimodal transportation, but the exercise moves on through your life so that you're creating a lot more healthy community and workers. So, and then on the weekend, they'll run off and bicycle out into the Quinsabe, and all this kind of stuff. So it's really a wonderful development. I congratulate you so much on moving in this direction. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Out. I'm not sure if we've already heard from, we are on Chief 4, yes?
Yes, G4.
Blake Silkwood.
No, Blake Silkwood is with Kimley Horn, and I saw him log off earlier, so.
Chris Nahir? Nope. Okay.
Do we have anyone else? No.
I have no more speakers,
All right,
Mr. Mayor.
thank you. Any other questions from council? Thank you for the presentation. It looks like we're on the right path. Pun intended. off the chain, all that above. So thank you everyone for your comments tonight. Thank you for your work. We're now going to move to item G5.
Thank you. It's going to be me again, me for a little bit here. G5 is a update on the general plan update. Staff and Placeworks just wanted to bring an item before the city council and the public, although it is late, so thank you to the public who's still here. But just to give you an update on where we're at and what we've done so far, and just confirm everything that we've heard as we finalize the draft. So we know it's been a little bit, but what we've been doing in that little bit of time since we last saw you guys in the GPAC is actually working on the draft and doing the analyses. So without further ado, I have David Early and Carrie Stone from Placeworks to present just an update on the general plan update. Carrie Stone and David Early, please.
Carrie Stone, go ahead, please.
Yeah, if you could promote both Carrie and David to panelists, that would be great.
If you could share your screen, that'd be great.
Good evening, I'm David Early, and we do have our presentation in a format that I believe is before you already, although there have been minor changes to it, and I think there was a consensus that I might share my screen. Is that still true?
Yes.
You should be able to, yes.
Okay, great. Now I just have to make sure I have that available. Hang on just a moment. Sorry for this. I always joke that after 2 years of a pandemic, one might think we would have learned to do Zoom by now, but I feel like I'm still suffering. Hopefully at this point you can see in front of you the slideshow that says Hollister City Council meeting.
Yes, we
can. You all see that?
Yes, we can.
Looks like it. All right, all right. So as Eva said, tonight I'm going to, for this item, cover two different segments. I want to give you an update, an introduction to the general plan update. I know that we have several new city council members who may not be familiar with the general plan process, and so we want to give that presentation and answer any questions. And then we're going to ask you specifically about the land use map. All the other items I'm going to be showing you this evening we've already received direction and guidance from the city council, but the land use map is an item that the city council has not yet seen, and so we want your formal guidance on that as well. So that is the agenda here. To show you give you an overview of the general plan update and our completed tasks. I'll answer any questions about those, and then we'll show you the map itself. So what is a general plan? I think many of you are familiar with the fact that every jurisdiction in the state of California has a general plan, both cities and counties. The general plan is what the courts have called the blueprint for growth and development. It's a little like the Constitution that guides all the other things that you do with your zoning and your specific plans, and the roadway plans you've been talking about this evening, and sewer policy that you've been talking about this evening. All of these things live in the general plan at the most fundamental level. In that sense, it's the document that establishes your community vision and the supporting goals, policies, and actions for both conservation and development. It's intended to provide consistent direction for future development, to balance growth, conservation, and quality of life, and to also be a document of the baseline environmental conditions that you can use to understand conditions as they change in the future. The general plan is required to have what are called elements under state law. These elements are essentially chapters, although the law calls them elements because you can mix them, match them, and cover them in different configurations of chapters if you like. Your general plan today does, of course, include all 7 required elements that are in 6 chapters. There's a community land use and community design element, a circulation element, a housing element, a natural resources and conservation element, an open space and agriculture element, and a health and safety element, which includes the seventh legally required element, which is the noise element. So safety and noise are both required under state law and are combined in your current general plan. That general plan was last updated in 2005, and I want to say that it's a very good document, and we're making relatively minimal changes to it, although we're revisiting everything in it and making changes where necessary. It's been a very comprehensive process. I know some of you have seen policy documents that are already in place, the guidance that the City Council has given, and I want to just point out to you that that guidance is relative to changes in those 6 existing chapters. So they're not as extensive as some of the other changes or some of the other new text you might see in the new elements. So we are also providing new elements for the general plan. We have an arts element, an economic development element, and a environmental justice element as recommended by the GPAC. Those are all being prepared as well. We have created some draft policy documents there also, and you may have seen those, and they are of course more extensive because they're all new as opposed to the other elements which already exist and are only being modified slightly. So we have the 6 chapters covering the 7 required elements. You do have an extra already adopted community services and facilities element, and we have the 3 new elements being created as well. The general plan update has a series of 7 goals that your council already established several years ago to engage a broad spectrum of the community, to establish the community's vision for Hollister in the year 2040, to maintain the city's small town and agricultural character, to manage growth consistent with your overall community goals, to ensure high quality development, to support economic development, and to respond to state mandates and changes to the general plan guidelines that have happened since the year 2005. The project does have a number of components that start with the general plan update at the foundation, but which also include implementation of Senate Bill 743, which addresses vehicle miles traveled. And Kinley Horn, Frederick Venter, who was here earlier this evening, has been working with us on that. We're also preparing for you a climate action plan. We're working with San Benito County on a hazard mitigation plan. We're preparing a full environmental impact report to cover all of those items. And we're also creating a municipal services review for any future annexations that you might want to do. We are looking at a very extensive planning area around the city. It includes not only the city limit that you see on this map, but also the sphere of influence, which you've discussed a little bit this evening, the urban service area, which is a larger area called out in some of the MOUs with Sunny Slope and other agencies, and an even larger planning area that you see here delineated with the purple dashed line. So we're looking at that entire level, that entire area for policy planning purposes. We have been conducting very extensive public involvement since we began the project, right in 2020 or late 2019. We're holding a total of 8 workshops and community events. We're holding online activities. We're holding meetings with the GPAC, meetings with your planning commission, and meetings with you, of course, at the city council. And of course, most of that public involvement has occurred relying on virtual technology due to the pandemic, but we're excited at the possibility that perhaps as this project wraps up, we might be able to go back to in-person meetings for some of the final phases of the project. I will say that despite the use of virtual technology, or perhaps even sometimes because of it, we have had very robust attendance at our Zoom meetings, and we've been very happy with the outcome of the meetings. We do have a very extensive website as well. It's available at hollister2040.org. I think many of you are familiar with it, but if you're not, I would encourage you to check it out. And you can always go to this website for updates about how the project is moving along. This is the schedule for the project. You can see that we're in the time now when we're wrapping up the draft general plan, as well as the other work products. Those are due to be done in the late spring, early summer of this year. We're also working on the environmental impact report, and we anticipate being able to publish those documents for formal public review in spring and summer of this year, and with adoption probably 3 to 6 months after that. We do have a very well-engaged General Plan Advisory Committee, or GPAC. It consists of 7 members who have 2 main functions, both of which are of equal importance. On the one hand, the GPAC reviews and make recommendations to the Planning Commission and to your council on the work products that we've been creating. They've been doing really detailed review of all the documents, including the land use map that I'll be showing you this evening. They've given excellent impact. They also serve as project ambassadors, spreading the word about the general plan update, encouraging participation and building community support for the project. And the GPAC does today consist of 7 members, 2 members from your council, Mayor Velasquez and Council Member Resendez, 2 planning commissioners, Commissioner Huboy and Stevens, and 3 members of the public, Chris Evans, Carol Johnson, and Larry Rebecki. There are a couple of very important components of the general plan that have already come through the City Council, and I just wanted to show them to you for your information. I wanted to state clearly they are not adopted. We haven't finished our environmental review of them. You haven't given them a final approval through the adoption process, but they have already come before the GPAC, the Planning Commission, and the City Council, and we do consider them to be preliminarily completed projects. The first of those is the vision statement. The vision statement is a very brief statement, just a page or so long, that describes the future of Hollister as you would like to see it in 2040. It's intended to express shared community values and relate to all the topics covered in the general plan, guiding the preparation of the general plan goals and policies. And you can see a graphic here on the right hand of this slide that shows how the vision statement is at the top of a hierarchy. Flowing from that are goals addressing all of the subjects being covered in the general plan, and following from those goals are the policies of the general plan themselves. We created the vision statement in 2020 through virtual visioning workshops that occurred in June and July. We had an online engagement process and survey that happened in June and July of 2020. We brought the vision statement to the GPAC in October of 2020, and then to the Planning Commission in May of 2021. The vision statement first starts with 4 values that you see listed here. The value of equity, being able to ensure that everyone in Hollister is treated fairly. The value of diversity, respecting our diverse cultural, religious, and political backgrounds. Innovation, to think boldly and foster new ideas. And sustainability, that our actions should contribute to social, economic, and environmental sustainability. In addition to that, we have the vision statement itself, and this is the entire statement. You can see on the one hand, it's a little too long to read here to you, but it's also very hopefully pithy and concise. It talks about maintaining Hollister as the heart of San Benito County, a welcoming place where people come to live, work, and play, that people choose to live here because of the wonderful surroundings, an innovation hub with economic development and moving towards having jobs for everyone, maintaining the excellent character, both agricultural character and small town charm of the community, creating more transportation choices, creating a very robust community life, including the historic downtown and arts in particular, and focusing new growth in existing urban areas and adjacent to existing development. So you can read that if you haven't read it yet in more detail, but those are some of the key points in that draft vision. I also wanted to mention the policy recommendations that have already come all the way through the GPAC, the Planning Commission, and the City Council. We reviewed these policy issues with the GPAC at 5 separate meetings. Before that, in 3 virtual community workshops. We did an online survey. We ultimately brought these policies to the Planning Commission on May 24th of last year and to the City Council on June 22nd. These policy issues address 24 separate items, which were identified through our community process and in working with the GPAC and Council. We've proposed changes to the policies in the current general plan, as well as new policies for some of the new elements, such as arts and culture and the climate, the climate action plan. You can see all of these topics listed here. And then if you have questions about them, I'm happy to answer any individual ones. Here are a couple of examples of some of the key issues that have been addressed through these new policies, such as limits on sewer and water provision beyond city limits in the SOI. I know that was already discussed this evening and is certainly one of the key points that will be in the new general plan. higher housing densities in the downtown along San Benito Street, new inclusionary housing requirements to ensure that there's affordable housing in every new residential development, agricultural preservation through easements that would be put in place on existing agricultural lands to offset any conversion of agricultural lands through residential development, new parkland service standards to ensure more parks for the community as a whole, and the goal to become carbon neutral by or before the year 2045. Your packet this evening has all of the policies recommendations in it, and I can answer any questions you may have about those as well. So that is the end of the first part of the presentation I wanted to give. I do also want to show you the general plan land use map, but before I go there, since this is a new item for you, I wanted to stop here and ask any questions, allow you to ask any questions you might have about the process that's been conducted to date.
Thank you. Councilmember Burns?
Thank you, Mayor. Two questions. I'm vaguely familiar with most of what has been discussed tonight. However, I didn't recognize, and I'm curious what the environmental justice element actually is.
It's a great question. So the environmental justice element is one that's actually newly required under state law in some communities. And it's intended to allow local communities to understand where they may have populations of people within the community who have historically been disenfranchised or have historically been marginalized through social justice issues. There may be areas where there has been a lack of access to high quality food. There may be areas that have been disproportionately affected by environmental degradation or toxics. There may be places where we have poor community health outcomes. And as we look at all of those, we understand where those communities are, and then we seek to create policies that will and actions that will address those items. State law in particularly mentions 6 items for an environmental justice element, and they are some of the ones I already mentioned: air quality, toxic contamination, community health, access to food, access to good infrastructure. And your GPAC recommended that even though you don't have specifically called out environmental justice communities within Hollister, that these are obviously all very important issues to address. And so they have asked that we develop environmental justice policies that would be included in a standalone element to address all of those issues.
Thanks. I guess my initial thoughts in reference to what you've just now said is, for example, for me, I've always had a concern about, we're a predominantly rural ag community by our nature. And one of the concerns I've had is the ag lands in proximity to our schools and the risk of pesticide contamination or our students and teachers being at risk. And so is that something that these policies will speak to? I recognize in many cases the ag lands that we're talking about are actually in the county, and I understand we don't have jurisdiction over the county, but yet we still suffer some of the potential risks and consequences.
Yeah, that is exactly the kind of issue that we can talk about. And one of the reasons we're here this evening is to get any items from all of you, particularly those of you who are newer council members, issues that you might want to see, make sure that we cover. So I didn't introduce her, but Carrie Stone, our project manager, is here with me this evening, and she's taking notes. So Carrie and I will be sure to make a note of that issue and make sure that we cover it somewhere in the general plan, possibly in that environmental justice element.
Thank you. I guess my only other question is our current project on budget and on time?
Yes, our current project is on budget and it's almost on time. To be perfectly honest, we are delayed a little bit right now, primarily because the new council was seated just in January. In November, we became aware that there would be several of you new on the council, and we wanted to make sure that we were able to come to you as the newly seated council to show you what we've been doing so far. So we did take a little break over just the last couple of months to allow that to occur. But starting tonight and tomorrow morning, we'll be back on track. So we will be ending, I think, a couple months later than we originally intended. But otherwise, yes, we are completely on schedule and we are completely on budget, well within the numbers that we expected.
Great, thanks. Great presentation so far. I look forward to the second half. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Councilmember Morales, did you have any questions?
Well, I actually had to speak to staff because I think when I first read the presentation, I was very concerned that the only two robust areas that were kind of in the forefront were the two that were not mandatory, and that was the arts and the economic development. While I understand the economic development, I wasn't too clear in terms of the arts because it's not a requirement and because it also focuses on allocating resources. And I understand that the city of Hollister isn't really resource rich at the moment. So that was a question I had. And then after looking at your website, I see that there's a lot more work there that wasn't part of the presentation, and that there's still a lot of work that needs to be done and a lot of other subject matter expert reviewers that need to go through these documents. So I was relieved to hear that. So I look forward to that feedback as well.
Great. Thank you, Councilmember. And I do want to just underscore that you're absolutely right that those elements are not required. But really beyond that, the reason that there's so much more detail about them currently is that all the other elements, whether required or not, are already written and we're only revising them. And that's even true of the community facilities element, which is also not a required element, but already exists. So we have some changes to each of those elements, but we haven't published as many things because those elements will be reused mostly. Like I said, your 2005 plan is actually a very good one. But the arts and economic development elements are entirely new. And so you see a lot more detail there. To see the detail on the other 7 elements, you can go to the existing general plan and you'll see that there's quite a bit of information there already.
Thank you. Do you have any other questions?
I do not.
Thank you. Mr. Resendez?
Thank you. A couple of questions, and then I just want to provide some feedback on the art element for Councilwoman Morales. Just generally speaking, where do you think we are with your general PAC update goals? Not every single one of them, but do you think we've met them, we've exceeded them? Just generally speaking.
Oh, going back to this list?
Yeah. I don't need you to touch on every one. I'm just wondering.
I think we've done very well on them.
Okay.
I do feel like we've really engaged the broad community. I feel like the vision statement does establish a very strong vision, and we are really working with you all both to maintain the agricultural character and manage growth, to look for high quality development, and to come up with a good framework around economic development. So I'm very satisfied with the way, and I don't think we at Placeworks can take credit for it. I think it's really been the guidance from the GPAC and from your staff that's enabled us to fulfill these goals as we move forward.
Thank you. And then you did say that there were some changes since the last time we saw this update. Have you spoke to those changes, or are you going to speak to them in the next half of your presentation?
I didn't mean to say they were changes.
Got it.
We are going to come to the land use map, and there are a couple of items there that are changes that we're going to want to just get your feedback about.
Okay. And then just for the art element, San Bernardino County Arts Council is a partner of the city and their official partner with the county. They actually provided all of the language that was drafted and put in the GPAC, and then the GPAC members just adopted it. So for them, they've been very good partners to us in the city. They go after many grants, and we kind of rely on them for quite a number of things. So actually, the San Bernardino County Arts Council is the one that provided all of that language, and then we supported it and adopted it. Ultimately, everything's going to come back to the city council before we adopt it, and we can make changes as we see fit. But I just wanted to provide that input for the councilwoman. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If there's no other questions, we'll go ahead and go to the next section.
All right, great, thank you. Let me just get the slides back up here. All right, so I did want to just take a little bit of extra focus on the draft general plan land use map. Council members have seen that before, but Councilmember Resendez, this is where there have been a few minor changes since you saw it last. This is the draft land use map as it exists today. As we have drafted it today. And I have what this is, it's a color-coded map that shows the types of use that would be allowed throughout the city. There is a mixed use designation in the downtown area. There are moderate densities of residential development, of course, where existing development exists today. There's some area for the gateway, North Gateway, as well as some additional higher density residential development in the northern area of the city, and some additional higher density sites around the edge of the city. This is a map that shows land use changes that will be as part of the plan. And you can see that some of the more important items is that we're having more limited expansion areas, both on the north and southern sides of the city. So some of the areas in here that are green for agriculture are currently actually designated for residential expansion under the current general plan, and that will be changed to lessen that. And at the same time, we're creating additional housing and residential sites in some of the areas that you see shown in the buff colors here. And those create additional opportunities for more residential expansion in a more contracted area, so that we're really emphasizing that notion of infill and mixed use development. We also do have a new commercial site to create a commercial center on the east side of town at Meridian and Fairview. And then we have designations for the land surrounding the city, primarily in the planning area and outside the city's sphere of influence, meaning outside the area that is expected to be annexed by the city, to be primarily agricultural. And this is intended to give guidance to the city so that if the county were to propose projects in those areas, the city would comment on them in terms of a desire to see those areas retained as agricultural use areas. We also, I did mention again, a set of changes from what the council saw before, and these are primarily in this area near San Felipe and Highway 25. You can see the little inset here on this map. We have become aware that there was, we had originally thought to propose a site that I'm talking about here, pointing out with my cursor, that would have possibly been higher density residential. We've now learned that there's been very great progress on that site for a commercial project. And so that site is colored white on this map because it would not be changed, but would remain a commercial site. And instead, we are proposing to put higher density residential on the sites that you see in brown here or beige, instead of single family residential that had been considered before. So this is the one area of the plan, Councilmember Resendez, that is different from what the previous council saw, and I wanted to bring attention to that. You've already had some of this discussion. We've been able to clarify any questions you have. We would like you, if you want to reconfirm any items about the vision and policies, and then confirm that general plan land use map. And I don't think any of this has to be by a formal vote, but Mr. Mayor, once we finish on this item, we're going to consider you to have given our team the direction to continue with the general plan preparation and to initiate the environmental review so that we can get that done for you in the next several months. And that's the end of this part of the presentation. I'll turn it back to you for discussion. After this, I'm going to be coming back again for the next item on your agenda about the inclusionary housing, which is to implement a portion of the new general plan.
Thank you. If we can go back real quick, that area you were just showing, it's important to understand Highway 25 will be cutting through some of that area. And that's going to be an issue as far as any density of housing in that portion on the southwest section of that, what you had drawn there. So that's got to be a conversation, make sure we're clear on that, what's going to happen there with Highway 25 cutting through there. So we can plan appropriately. And then I thought some of that area was already zoned commercial.
Right, yeah, so the commercial area is this here at the southwestern quadrant of the intersection. So that will remain commercial.
No, going on the west side of San Felipe there, I thought that area was already zoned commercial. Right, exactly. That area, the Highway 25 will be cutting right through there.
Okay, well, we can study that again further with your staff.
Thank you. That's all I had. Any other questions from council? Do we have any speaker cards?
We have no speakers, Mr. Mayor?
Okay. Does that conclude this item? that what I heard?
Unless staff has anything to add, yes, it does. And I think I'd turn it back to staff, obviously, and you, Mr. Mayor, for introduction of the next item.
Well, again, thank you for that update. It's a lot of very important topics there for the council to really go through. We spent a lot of time working with the committee and your staff. Again, I want to thank you for all the hard work you did. You got us through it. It went very smoothly, and of course with our staff that brought you the information. So thank you to everyone. Great job on this. With that, we'll go ahead and move to.
And if I could, just for the record, let me say that this will then allow us to move forward with preparation. And the next time we'll be coming back to you will be with the general plan itself for your review. I mean, the GPAC will see it, the Planning Commission will see it, the public will see it. And then once all those steps are complete, it'll come back to you for your formal review.
Great. Did we need a consensus on that to verify that, or is that what you need to make sure?
I think it's what we need, but I would defer to staff as to whether they want an action.
Consensus for them to keep moving forward at this point? I see consensus, and Councilmember Morales?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. Now we'll go ahead and move to item G6.
Great, thank you. So this item, as David briefly mentioned, is kind of a kickoff for our inclusionary housing program. So back in November, on the 1st of November, the council authorized us to kind of move forward on the inclusionary housing element, which is something that was discussed, and we've received a direction to move forward with that in our general plan update. And so staff and PlaceWorks are moving forward with that at the same time as the general plan update. And so this is a kickoff meeting. We also have Greg Goodfellow joining us from PlaceWorks, who's helping us with the project as well. And I'll turn this back over to David.
Great, thank you very much. Yeah, I think if you could, it might be nice to promote Greg Goodfellow to a panelist as well, although I'm going to give the presentation, but in case we need Greg to answer any questions. And I do have another PowerPoint show, so I will share that. Just a moment here. All right, you, I believe, can see that now, a title slide about your inclusionary housing policy. This is an item that will appear in the general plan as a policy of the city that the city shall have an inclusionary housing policy. And because the council has expressed us a strong interest in seeing this put in place, you've directed us to move forward with actually revising the zoning in the city to have an inclusionary housing policy within the zoning so it can be implemented as quickly as possible. So Greg and I are here this evening to kick off that project and get some initial guidance from you through the general plan process. We already have received some guidance from the city council, and we're going to ask you for a little bit of additional guidance here this evening as well. I'm here, Greg's here with me as well to take notes and answer any questions. And I'm going to be giving a little introduction and background. We're going to talk about some policy options and then have any direction or dialogue that you want to give us. So first, let me just give a little bit of background. I think you know that an inclusionary ordinance is a set of policy that establish requirements for the inclusion of affordable housing in all new development projects. So even those projects that are priced at, if you will, market prices are required to have a percentage of those of the units within them to be allocated as affordable units. An inclusionary policy is always tailored to the local market conditions. And in this case, it was proposed by your GPAC and moved forward both by the Planning Commission and the City Council through the general plan policy setting process. And it's now something that we're both including as general policy in the general plan, but we'll also be working with you to have the details worked out through this inclusionary ordinance. I don't think you'd have asked us to move forward with this if you weren't aware of these benefits. Increased housing equity, increased options for lower income households, more mixed neighborhoods, because every new subdivision or development has a mixture of affordability types in it. It distributes affordable housing throughout the city. And because of all of this, it also allows you to make progress towards your state mandated housing targets particularly for the lower income affordability groups. An inclusionary ordinance generally covers the 6 topics that you see listed here. It talks about what types of development it applies to, meaning both single and or multifamily housing units. It talks about the size of the projects to which it applies, generally with some minimum threshold where, obviously if a person builds 1 residential unit, it's not necessarily fair to require them to have that 1 unit be affordable. So there's usually some bottom threshold. The ordinance always has to address tenure, that is for sale versus rental housing, and which of those it applies to, the percentage of affordable units that are required, the income ranges, because as you know, we have various lower income ranges that are called very low, low, and moderate income, and you have to decide how to apply each of those. And then you also have to look at whether there are any alternative compliance methods as well. It's also important to note that some projects are always by definition exempted, and those are properties already with vested rights. So if a project is already vested with development rights, you cannot retroactively require it to include these affordable units. So anything that's already vested, whether through a vested tentative map or development agreement, would be exempted from this from this inclusionary ordinance. The program does, of course, have some costs. The city needs to have a way to recoup those costs and to administer the program. So residential developers do need to bear those costs through payment of some sort of inclusionary fee, relatively minor, but a fee that's paid to the city in addition to the setting aside of the units themselves as affordable units. And it should be noted that under some circumstances, the state's Department of Housing and Community Development will review an inclusionary program. HCD is allowed to request a feasibility study to ensure that there's not an undue constraint on the housing supply, either if the program includes rental housing and or if the program includes more than 15% affordable as a requirement. In this case, the council has directed that we would cover rental housing programs and had also directed that we look at a 20% affordable requirement. So this will be subject to both a feasibility study and HCD review. And HCD is also entitled to review the entire program, even if those features aren't included. And that happens if the city has failed to meet its 75% of its RENA over a 5-year period, or if the city failed to submit a housing element for either of the last 2 years. I'm pretty sure in this case, you do not trigger either of those 2 items, but the city council direction on the first 2 items does mean that you're going to need to prepare the feasibility study and submit the entire program to HCD for review. So our process, particularly because of that feasibility requirement, is that we're currently working on a financial feasibility analysis, which includes pro forma modeling to determine how the inclusionary requirements would affect market rate housing development. We're also going to be getting community feedback. We're going to be going back to the Planning Commission and this council for additional direction. And from all of that, we will then be creating the draft inclusionary housing program, taking it to both the Planning Commission and your council for review, and then finally adoption. So shifting the color here on these slides, I'm now ready to move into talking about some of the policy issues that we will need your guidance on. If possible, we might do those things tonight, but Mr. Mayor, I also know it's late, and if you prefer, we can ask for those comments in writing or come back to another meeting. But on all of these slides coming up, I'm going to tell you what the issue is, what the options are to address that issue, what we've heard from the council currently with the direction, and any additional direction or consideration that we might need. And so the first of those items is the extent of the coverage, whether this applies geographically to the entire city or only to focused geographical areas. The city council has stated that it should be citywide, and we're certainly happy to move forward with that. We do want to make sure that the council if the council wants to consider any strategic growth or disadvantaged areas that might be exempted, Some cities, for example, might exempt their downtowns in order to jumpstart residential development in the downtown. Some cities might exempt a certain area that they believe is one of those environmental justice communities or some other area that's been disadvantaged in the past. We're certainly not recommending that, but because we have heard from you already that it's to apply citywide, but we would want to make sure that that is your intent. The next item is project size. We do have to have some level of lower project threshold. As I mentioned, at least our experience is it's not really feasible to require just a development of 1 or 2 or 3 units to have an inclusionary requirement. The council has so far not given any specified size. So we would suggest that you set a minimum threshold at something like 5 or 10 units. You could allow payment of what's called an in lieu fee. That is a fee that you pay instead of building a unit for those smaller projects. But it's really not practical to tell someone if your goal is 20% affordable, but they're building less than 5 units, then 20% actually takes more than that, takes away more than a full unit and doesn't really make sense to apply. So we do need some direction from you on the size threshold and whether or not an in lieu fee would be required for those smaller projects. The next item is the tenure type. Again, tenure in this case refers to for sale housing versus rental housing. So you can do just for sale, you can do just rental, or you can do both for sale and rental. The council has discussed applying this to both for sale and rental housing, and that is how we plan to proceed. And we did make this clear to the council before, but that will trigger HCD review of this document, which we're fine doing, but we just wanted to make sure that you're aware of that. Next, we have the percent of units that are required. And some of the options that are generally looked at, most of these ordinances go from 10 to 15%. There are a few that go up to 20. In some cases, the percentages vary based on project size or type. Your direction to us has been to apply a 20% requirement citywide, and that's fine. I think it's an admirable goal to get to that high of a requirement. And again, that just like the application of the rental tenure, application of a requirement over 15% requires HCD review. And so that's why we're doing the feasibility analysis. But we will be moving forward with that 20% number. Then this one is a little complicated and we do need additional guidance from you on it. We need to figure out exactly what affordability tiers will be affected within that 20% requirement. So as I mentioned before, you have 3 different income categories. Very low income are those households earning 50% or less of the median income. We have low income households, which earn anything from 50 to 80%. And we have moderate income households who earn from 80 to 120% of the local median income. The current council direction is that all 3 of these unit types or affordability tiers should be included, but we don't have any direction about the split. It is possible, certainly, just to say it could be any combination of moderate, low, or very low income units, but most ordinances call out a certain percentage of each of those, or at least will, if it's desired, will say at a minimum, there must be a certain amount of those income types that are of most concern to the city. So we do want to hear from you whether you want to see a required split, and if so, are there certain minimums or maximums within that 20 that you want applied to these 3 different affordability tiers. And then I believe this is the last item, is about alternative compliance methods. There are various methods that some communities allow developers to use instead of putting the housing within the subdivision or development. That includes payment of in lieu fees, which is money paid to the city to establish affordable housing elsewhere, off-site construction in a different location, dedication of land that could be used by others to develop affordable housing, conversion of existing market rate units into affordable units, or preservation of existing affordable units. Your council has determined that you would not like to see an alternative compliance method of any sort, and that instead all new subdivisions or developments would be required to provide the 20% affordable units on site or within the development. That's fine with us, with the exception again that I think you might want to consider whether you want an in lieu fee or other compliance methods for particularly smaller developments. Other than that, it's really up to you, although we would point out that alternative compliance methods may provide additional flexibility and may be desired by the state's Department of Housing and Community Development when they do their review. But that's something that we can address at the time after HCD does their review. And in the meantime, we can, assuming this is your guidance, is to not have alternative compliance methods, we can attempt to show through the feasibility study that they will not have an undue burden on the residential community. And then finally, is the city's council's additional guidance to us that all single family projects should include multifamily units. So these are not only affordable units, they might be affordable units as well, but in this case, you've directed that we include in this ordinance a provision that any single family subdivision would need to have at least 20% multifamily units if it has 40 or more single family units in it. This is a pretty unusual requirement, but I think, again, really thinking outside the box, which is something I admire that this council has done. It would be a requirement to put these multifamily units in all single family projects. And again, we just want to come back and make sure that you're aware that this is unusual. It is an unusual requirement, but one that we can certainly write for you. And I think it will have benefits in terms of creating more varied neighborhoods instead of your neighborhoods being all single family subdivisions in some parts of town. Every subdivision by definition will include multifamily units as well. I think that's, again, an admirable approach to the question. That is the end of my presentation. At this point, we can open it up, Mr. Mayor, for your questions and comments and any public comment. And then if it makes sense time-wise this evening, I would go through those dark blue slides, particularly the ones where we definitely need your direction still to see if we can get that direction tonight, or alternatively, you could direct that we do that in another format or at another time.
Thank you very much. So we'll start first by asking any questions from council members on any of these items. Go ahead, Ms. Morales.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. This is going to require a lot more time and discussion because there's a lot of questions, and I'd like to see a comparison of other neighboring jurisdictions with our size and definitely income level. And I know the census provides some of that information so that we at least have a skeleton to work from, but I don't think that we can do that tonight. So I would recommend that we bring this back to another meeting so that we can actually have a meaningful conversation and discussion on this topic.
Councilmember Morales, if I could just say that I certainly welcome you to schedule this for another time. I do want to make sure you're aware that we did already provide a summary of how a number of other local cities and cities in the Bay Area are addressing that. And that's available, I'm sure, through staff and on the general plan website. So that comparison skeleton is already existing for you to take a look at. But I'm sure it doesn't change your thoughts about when to do the discussion.
Thank you. I did look at the general plan, and that's where I see some of that income, but there's a lot of policy that's already written from neighboring jurisdictions that are dealing with these issues. So,
right, and we'll make sure staff gets that to you, that exact comparison among jurisdictions on those issues that we're asking for guidance for. We have put that comparison together for you already.
Great.
So we'll make sure that you get a copy of that.
Thank you. Councilmember Resendez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In my opinion, I think it's long overdue, and we've had this discussion at the GPAC level and here at the City Council, if I'm not mistaken. I'm just going to go through my list really quick. So, yeah, I'm all in favor for 5, and then no in lieu. So minimum 5, no in lieu, for sale and rental, all 3 lower income levels, and then the split. I mean, it's up to the majority of the council or staff to give us some recommendations on that. I'm not in any way, shape, or form attached to the split, but I do think that we need to address all 3 income levels, lower income levels. No alternatives, and yes, all single families need multi-families required in the development. And then I do think that the 20% is low. I'd like to see a higher number. But we've had this discussion at the GPAC, and these are my thoughts. So I think that, generally speaking, it's in line with what the council has decided before. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Burns?
Thank you, Mayor. Philosophically, I think I align pretty much in agreement with Councilmember Resendez. However, I would like to bring this back to maybe a special meeting. You know, it's 11:20 right now, and I think it would be helpful to have it during a time when we could get more public input, or at least provide the opportunity for like a 9 a.m. meeting on a Saturday, because, you know, we don't meet enough already. And so, I was being facetious there. But I agree. I would like to have I don't want to rush to these decisions. I do like what I've seen in the policy. I too am not convinced 20% is a great enough number when it comes to the inclusionary number. But also want to create a document that is legally defensible. And my sense is, I guess my one question is, this is going to actually become codified as in a city ordinance. And my experience with city ordinances is they're living documents. So while we put this in place, if we find that it doesn't work for whatever range of reasons, we could always come back and amend the ordinance once it's already been adopted and moved forward and approved. But I would like to have time to process this more. And you did provide me with plenty of information already, but you know, I'm just not prepared to really sit here for the next 45 minutes or more to go line by line at this time of night. And so that would be my request. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Do you have any comments?
Mr. Mayor, not that I need to do it now, but based on what the council member said, I do have a couple of ideas. So maybe at the end of your council discussion, I could suggest a way forward.
Well, go ahead and let's hear you.
All right. Well, what I was going to say is that we, particularly if you're also interested in looking at a higher overall percentage, I want to remind you that one of the big issues is also the outcome of the feasibility study, which we have underway. And in order to be able to most efficiently do this, I think one way to proceed might be for us to move forward with some of the options that we've already talked about, the broad framework that we have. And perhaps we could come back to you at the time that the feasibility study is complete and let you know what feasibility we found at 15%, which is the state mandated level that triggers HTD review, so it's relevant, even if it seems low. We could show you feasibility at 20%, which is the number you've already suggested, and we could perhaps look at 25% also, so that you have a third number that's higher. But wait to come back to you until we've got that done. At that time, we could also, Councilmember Resendez, I realize he's just one person, but he suggested perhaps that staff and consultants should make suggestions as to how to split the affordability numbers within the ordinance. We could bring a couple options back on that issue, and otherwise follow the guidance you've already given us, and then wait to bring all of that back until such time as the feasibility study is done. We could present everything to you and kind of as a package of ways to move forward with several options in it for your discussion.
Okay, and I think that's a good idea. As long as it's not holding up the process, I think there's a lot of information that I can understand. New council members need to spend time really reading through this document. Maybe one thing I always found that was, while we were doing this, it amazed me, was the percentage of single-family homes we had in our community compared to multifamily, and how that number was, I think, closer to 80% or something, and how shocking that was, and it showed why we had such a problem here in our community for our own residents to be living here. So I'm all right with doing that if you can work forward on what you're doing so we can get here. I think this one of the examples when we were doing some of this research, I don't know if it was with you, Mr. Early, but we found a comparison between a project that happened here in the county that used in lieu fees, and they collected about $900,000, whereas a project, I believe it was Morgan Hill, required the construction of the homes, and that value was closer to $9 million. This is why I'm not in favor of lieu fees, but I think as the council members really go through this document, they can get a better understanding, and we can come back and have this talk about which items or what we want to, how we want to move forward. As far as the percentage, I do want to say, I'd love to see a higher number, higher than 20. I'm concerned it won't go through, is my concern. If we can see that at 25, I would fully support it, but I just want to make sure we get something out there as soon as possible. I know, you know, you have developments that want to come through and kind of get their rights so they don't have to do some of this, and that's been my concern for a while. So thank you very much.
Yeah, and if I could say, I should have mentioned earlier that it will keep us on track time-wise if we can continue forward with the feasibility study and proceed in the way I said, coming back later with another discussion. If we did wait and came back to you for discussion first, that might slow us down and would also require you to look at it twice more instead of just once more. So I think it's a more efficient process, and it will keep us better on time if you do authorize this tonight to just move forward with the feasibility study while still creating the opportunity for Councilmember Morales, who raised some issues, and others to give opinions about those issues once the feasibility study is done.
Thank you. Mr. Burns has a comment.
Thank you, Mayor. I 100% agree and support it, and everything I've heard so far, I align it with. When you do come back, though, again, I would prefer for it to be during a special meeting that would be during reasonable hours on a weekend where we could, in fact, get people that are interested. I do want to hear from the development community. I would like to hear their thoughts. I don't know that I'm going to like them, but I would like to hear them and factor that into the process as well. And so, you know, 11:30 at night on a Monday or a Tuesday, not such a good time. Maybe on a Saturday at 9 o'clock in the morning, where it's the only agendized item, and, you know, if it takes an hour, that's good, but if it takes 4 hours, that's okay as well. So, thank you.
This is a very critically important document. I want to make sure we do this right, and I agree with you. At this point, do we have any speaker cards?
I have no speaker cards, Mr.
Thank
Mayor.
you. Is there consensus to move forward with Mr. Early's recommendation? Yes. So we have a consensus. Go ahead and go with your recommendation, Mr. Early, and
thank you.
Continue on the path.
Thank you all so much.
Thank you. Now we'll move to item G7.
That is me, yes? Yes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. We currently have, we're requesting approval to advertise for the Planning Commission District 3 vacancy. And I would like to also ask to advertise for all vacancies for commissions and committees. Currently, we have the Planning Commission District 3, the Art and Cultural Commission District 1. The Youth Committee has vacancies. I have not been informed how many or when. Historical Commission is completely vacant. We have absolutely no one on there, so we will advertise again. And we may, if it continues to be where we don't have any applicants, we might want to look at the criteria for them, which is in our Hollister Municipal Code, and I can maybe place that on or maybe I guess Abraham would want to do that, put it on a agenda item, because to be on the Historical Commission, it's really specific on how many members and who has to be what and what their qualifications need to be. So I think that's why we're having issues on that.
Have we shown, has there been any interest at all? So really, they haven't got to the point of knowing what the rules are anyways.
We've not received one application, although we have advertised for it several times.
Okay. All right. Is the council all right with that? Yes. There's a consensus on that also. Thank you. H, I, J, and K, there's no business, but tonight I'd like to, if the council is all right with it, adjourn in the memory of Marvin Jones, a local resident, spent quite a bit of time being involved in the community, using his voice. Very entertaining character, rocket scientist, just really a brilliant man. Sometimes we agreed on things, sometimes we didn't, but you can never say he did not care about his community. Unfortunately, we lost him in a tragic accident in Arizona, and condolences to his family. So we're going to adjourn in Mr. Jones's name. There can be a motion.
So move.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion is second. Roll call vote.
Councilmember Resendez?
Aye.
Councilmember Morales?
Yes.
Councilmember Burns?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Perez?
Yes.
Mayor Velazquez?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, and good night.
Recording stopped.